This is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. Today we are going to continue our book study on Dion Fortune's The Cosmic Doctrine. This book is pretty heavy, pretty intense, in the subject of deep, occult, spiritual truths. So this is no surface level feel-good information. This is the real nuts and bolts, ones and zeros, the programming code behind existence. So if you're ready for that kind of journey, strap in your seatbelts, get your pen and your paper, your highlighter, and your thinking cap, and let's get to it. Peace and greetings to all my favorite people in the universe. Let's get started. The Cosmic Doctrine by none other than the great Dion Fortune. Are you ready? Are you ready? Because it's time. Hope that you're having a fantastic Saturday evening, and I hope that it gets even better by the time we wrap this up. So, shout out and peace. Anna Molly, good to see you. First and foremost, Marcos Lucas, peace and greetings. Richard Tracy, been a minute, my brother, hope you're doing well. Peace. Mo B, peace and greetings. Your truth, peace. Sunshine Chick, always great to see you. Dub VT, peace, my brother, peace. Monica Lawan, peace. Cosmic Traveler, peace, good evening to you. J Baldhale, peace, my brother, peace. Happy 420. Kennard, peace and greetings. Natural Sister, glad to see you again and again. Keep coming, keep learning. Stay focused, you feel me? Nefrayu, peace. Lisa, peace and greetings. AZW, my fellow cyclomate, peace. Ruts, nuts and bolts, peace. He's got his craft dinner, he's ready, he's good to go. Patchwork, peace, my brother, peace. Al Din, peace. Trey Niroge, peace. Relax you good, 11, peace. Let's get into it. My Gnosis, peace. Hey, bro, I didn't get finished, but I was watching your video, Chapter 5, Mystical Kabbalah. I love what you're doing. Please do more of it. That white bitch Dion Fortune, man, she ain't no hoe with this shit. That was my favorite line so far. Check out my Gnosis on his channel. He's got some pretty cool videos as far as, getting into the occult aspect of things. My Gnosis. Tian Pomeroy, peace. Good evening. So where are we at, y'all? We're on chapter 12, aren't we? The birth of consciousness in the universe. How's the audio sounding? Are we good? Are we golden? Are we copacetic? I believe so. All right, so just to make double sure, I'm just gonna look right back on some of my highlights that I made. So auto reactions and cosmic memory. Yeah, that was the last place that we were getting into. And it makes sense because what she was saying was that consciousness may be defined as reaction plus memory. God cannot be seen by any unit of the manifested universe during a manifestation. He can only be deduced. Just like no one of our cells can see the entire body. But if these cells were intelligent enough, if they possessed enough consciousness, they could deduce that they're part of a much larger ecosystem. She says here, the flowing of pure movement in space is memory, the reproduction of an image, of an action in another plane of manifestation. And that's what we have, right? A constant reproduction of actions, of patterns. That's what memory is. The constant repetition of patterns. Good Lord. Drama day. I'm just going to say this so I can get it off my chest. I tell my baby mama to call me before she drops my son off, because she'll do this thing where she'll just drop him off and not say anything. So now she waits until I go live to live stream and starts blowing up my phone for 30 minutes straight so she can say, oh, I called, but you didn't answer. Lord. All right, so I said it. I'm not going to think about it anymore. All right, so we got through with auto reactions and cosmic memory. We talked about the relation between projected image and the logoidal consciousness, the projection of the concept of the universe, relation of a great entity to the cosmos. Okay, so basically we were going from far and abstract all the way down to more and more personal. And I know she knows I'm live because she only started calling immediately when I hit live, go live, basically. Same thing was happening yesterday too. But in any case, we're going to stay focused on this because this is what's important. All right, let's get it cracking. All right, chapter 12, the birth of consciousness in the universe. It is very necessary that a clear concept should be formed of the meaning of consciousness, and this point will therefore be elaborated. So a clear concept of what consciousness means. That's what we're getting into right now. You will recall that in the teaching concerning the nature of a great entity, it was explained that consciousness was due to the complete reciprocal actions of all aspects of the factors and capacities for reaction that had been developed in the course of a cosmic evolution. Let's break that down a little bit. You will recall that in the teaching concerning the nature of a great entity, that's what we read previously, it was explained that consciousness was due to the complete reciprocal actions of all aspects of the factors and capacities for reaction that had been developed in the course of a cosmic evolution. So what we had read and described previously about this great entity going through the different phases and areas of existence and gathering certain qualities from each phase. Specifically, she said that it's not technically gathering, but more of a mimicking process. So we can say that the great entity went through the red zone and began to adapt behaviors of redness. Then it moved through the blue zone and began to adopt behavioral patterns of blueness. So on and so forth, all throughout the universe until it found its own place as a unique entity composed of different portions of different things. However, the movement doesn't cease in this circular reciprocal motion. So as the great entity comes closer to one of these areas, let's say a red area, for example, those red behaviors will be stimulated and it will behave more red-like. Doesn't this sound like astrology? When the moon goes into Libra in 3 hours tonight, we're all going to be affected by that. Everything in the world is affected by this because we're all a collection of different forces and energies in different percentages. So you will recall that in the teaching concerning the nature of a great entity, it was explained that consciousness was due to the complete reciprocal reactions of all aspects of the factors and capacities for reaction that had been developed in the course of a cosmic evolution. Consciousness is an integration of reactions, so that any change in any part is responded to by the corresponding adjustments of the whole, right? That's what we just said. Consciousness is an integration of reactions, right? It's reactions, so that any change in any part is responded to by the corresponding adjustments of the whole. And an interesting thing that she mentioned about that previously also was that, a fish doesn't realize that it is in water, so it doesn't react to the water. Just like the human doesn't realize that we're in an ocean of air or ether, so we don't react to that. What we react to is changes in our environment. We react to changes in temperature, changes in light, changes in pressure. So the primary motion of the universe, or the primary nature of the universe, is motion, right? Pressure, that's life, that's God. So what we notice is a change in the degree of motion, or the intensity of motion, or the angle of motion. So consciousness is an awareness of the change of the flow. It is a principle of compensation that is involved, and this all-inclusive compensatory adjustment may be termed the basis of cosmic personality. All right. So if the natural flow is going in a certain direction, what consciousness is, as she's describing right here, is any change in that direction. So any veering off to the left or the right, you can look at that as a specific personality, right? You can see that as a personality, because what you're describing is a variation from baseline. You follow? So this all-inclusive compensatory adjustment may be termed the basis of cosmic personality. In its earliest phases, it continues the synthesis of the latent reaction capacity of an entity. It is essentially a set of relationships, not of mechanics, and therefore abstract, right? So it's a series of relationships, not mechanics. When we try to intellectualize the universe, we set up a bunch of laws and mechanics on how we believe that reality works. But the actual fact is, this whole existence is a set of relationships. That's what makes the tree of life so crucial, is because it shows you a map of relationships. So it is essentially a set of relationships, not mechanics, and it is therefore abstract. But with the development of external objects that affect the entity, new influences are brought to bear upon the compensatory adjustments, and the new compensatory reactions are thus called into play. So look, we've got this series of relationships of how this great entity moves and behaves throughout the universe. Remember, we talked about the baseline being just the flow of existence, and any variation from that baseline, we can determine that as a personality or a quality or a force, right? And if you take a collection of those variations from baseline, take a collection of those forces, we get a specific entity. And these forces can be described and understood in relationship to each other, not based on some dry laws, but in relationship to each other. Now, the thing is, we're getting to a place in this story of multiple entities that exist in their own right. So not only are we identifying and characterizing something by its quality of how it moves different from the baseline, but also we have to take into consideration how other entities are affecting our entity. So now we've got a whole new layer of forces. Let me know if anyone doesn't follow so far, because I know this can get kind of convoluted in a way, so to speak. So with the development of external objects that affect the entity, new influences are brought to bear upon the compensatory adjustments, and the new compensatory reactions are thus called into play. We then distinguish two levels of consciousness, right? Two levels of consciousness. A, the basic consciousness of the inherent constitution, right? The basic consciousness of what we're dealing with, this great entity. And B, the compensations evoked by environmental influences. And if you ask me, this is the beginning of the objective universe and the subjective universe. But look at this. A is the basic consciousness of the inherent constitution, and B, the compensations evoked. Evoked means pulled out, right? The compensations evoked by environmental influences. A great entity then starts by evolving a basic nature, projects its own image and its awareness of that image in its multifarious aspects, builds up the second aspect of its consciousness. So remember also what we talked about, this great entity, it is experiencing its reality within itself. So actually this great entity that we're talking about, we could even say maybe the galaxy, we could even say the solar system, wherever point that you want to use for a basis of your imagination, let's just go with the solar system, let's say that. What she's describing is that this consciousness of the solar system is projecting within itself. So as it does that, it creates a map of reality. It's not actual reality, but it's a map of reality. It's basically becoming aware of all of its internal aspects. Remember that? So as it's becoming aware of all of its internal aspects, it's experiencing an inner reality. And some parts of that inner reality may seem individualized or fractured because that process of looking within continues to look within. So now it's self interacting with another part of self, and those two parts of self interacting with another part of self. But ultimately, this is all an internal dream, so to speak. And as far as outside influences, she said earlier that those don't really come into play unless, of course, our great entity goes into that particular zone. Let's say if it goes into the red zone, the redness, the red qualities of its internal dream will begin to percolate. Jeez Louise. So yeah, a great entity then starts by evolving a basic nature, projects its own image and its awareness of that image in its multifarious aspects, builds up the second aspect of its consciousness. These two phases correspond to those aspects of a soul known as the individuality and the personality. Goodness gracious, great balls of fire. Peace, Nuru. Patchwork, thank you for your donation. Patchwork says, yo, so when we evoke an entity, we're pulling out from within. That would make a lot of sense. Absolutely. So if evoke means to pull out from within, what do you think invocation is? Okay, all right. Make sure I greeted everybody on the way in. Peace to Star Lion. Peace to Sean Harris. IDK DKDF. Peace and greetings. Lanny Alderdice. Peace. Kevin Wise. Peace and welcome. Amon Ra Centro. Peace. Hanifa Sol Afua. Peace, peace. Wayne M. Peace. Janae Owo. Peace. Okay, so Richard Tracy says kind of like a fractal relating to itself. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. All right, so just to be clear, everybody follows so far. We're on the same page. We're so far just doing a recap of where we're at. Fat Tony, peace, peace, my brother. Glad to see you still here. Glad to see it. I see a lot of people come and go. Some people go sooner than they get what they're looking for. Tuve Tai, peace. Peace and greetings. We in here tonight. we are in here tonight. All right, let's keep it going. So, an individuality, right? So notice what you'll find when you're reading text documents from this group, whether it's Dion Fortune or W.E. Butler or Gareth Knight or whoever, they're gonna differentiate the individuality from the personality. So check out what she says here. An individuality, or higher self, whether of a great entity or of the microcosmos which is man, is that series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. Those phases having passed away, nothing of them remains but the capacities for reaction that have been acquired by that entity. Think about that. Ruminate on that. When you say the word higher self, my higher self, when people talk about higher self, please understand that it's deeper than some emotional thing, right? Because you got to think, when people say these terms, they didn't make these terms up. They got them or they heard them from somebody else saying them. But these words have a place of origin. Just like the word karma. Most people use karma in the incorrect way. Most spiritual terms people are using in the incorrect way. So let's look at this higher self, also known as the individuality. And I want you to get a clear understanding of what the higher self is moving forward. Just like having a clear understanding of the divine masculine and the divine feminine, knowing that it has nothing to do with the human body, but everything to do with a pattern of behavior. See, the physical plane is the only place with physical bodies, so it doesn't make any sense to take it outside of here. However, everything in existence exhibits a pattern of behavior. You understand that? So, things that have names are patterns of behavior. So let's talk about this higher self real quick. A higher self is a series of organized reactions. Look at that. A series of organized reactions that did what? That reached an equilibrium. They reached a balancing point. Where did these series of organized reactions reach a balancing point? They reached the balancing point in a preceding phase of evolution. So look, we're talking about times that go long before your current incarnation. We're talking about many, many, many incarnations here, right? Many incarnations. In fact, incarnations from places that no longer exist, from dimensions and galaxies that no longer exist. However, just like your time here in this body on planet Earth, you're learning things, you're learning behaviors, you're learning patterns. They're collected and stored somewhere. So let's talk about this higher self. This higher self is a series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. So not only are these patterns of behavior from a previous existence, they have reached equilibrium. They've become balanced. They've become harmonized. It's almost as if your higher self is a collection of times that you've existed in other areas and have become a guru, have become an ascended master, so to speak, right? You've mastered that particular plane, that particular dimension, then you move on to the next. That's just a metaphor. A series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. So you've reached a stage of equilibrium in previous stages. Those phases having passed away, nothing of them remains. Nothing remains of those old phases except what? This higher self. It could even be said that these phases existed for the creation of this higher self. And that would include this phase right here, right now. It exists for your continued development. Check. Check. Moby says, I hear karma used so incorrectly all the time. I mean, you know, you got to look at the people who's using the language, right? Not nary one of them have ever picked up a book with the word karma in it. So what do you expect? Stray Panther, peace, my brother, peace. Aquarius is in the building. Stuffed Dog, peace, peace, my bro, peace. Good to see you. I'm alive. Peace and greetings. Aldin says deeper self might be more accurate considering the cosmology in this book. Oracle Messenger, peace. Okay, we're in here. Let's talk about the individuality. Still, the higher self. An individuality, then, is a set of stereotyped reaction capacities. Don't let that definition make you think that this is something small and unstimulating. Like, it don't have to be exciting to be important. A set of stereotyped reaction capacities. Think about this now. Why do you think that people go through training of different types? Whether it's martial arts training, whether it's training to be in one of the armed forces, training to be an athlete. What do you think training is all about? You train so that you can learn and create and adopt stereotyped reaction capacities. Think about it. If you're going to be someone who is a baseball player, you're going to have to learn how to do several movements automatically, right? It has to be within your capacity to react, move, and behave in a certain way if you want to reach the objective. Same thing if you're going to be an Army Ranger or Navy SEAL. My dad was an Army Ranger, so he used to tell me about the intense training that they had to do and how so many people dropped out because it was so intense. But by the end of that training, it's almost ingrained and built into you how to react in such a way to not only survive, but to thrive. So think about this now. There's a part of you, right, this higher self, that is a set of stereotyped reaction capacities. That doesn't mean, just like with martial arts, right? That doesn't mean you're going to go around Walmart kicking people in the face, punching people in the gonads, but you have the capacity to act if necessary. And I would think that it's better to be a warrior in a garden than to be a gardener in a war. It's better to have the capacity to react than to not have it. Oracle Messenger says, Travis, been looking for lace gloves for my reading. Did you make yours? No, not this time. I actually got these off of Amazon. But I do know someone who makes things like this, and I have purchased something from her before. Good stuff. So we talked about an individuality, which is a set of stereotyped reaction capacities. Training, a well-trained, well-conditioned beam of light, right, is that series of organized reactions which reached an equilibrium in the preceding phases of evolution. There is data and information within you from places beyond this world. What did Bobby Hemmett say? It's your soul that is the alien, that's the extraterrestrial. You're looking in the sky for some skinny, gray, bug-eyed beings flying around in a dinner plate. It's you, it's been you the whole time. So let's talk about the personality. A personality is that set of reaction capacities which the addition of a new factor in evolution has made possible. Let's get into that. Let's get into that. A personality is that set of reaction capacities which the addition of a new factor in evolution has made possible. Individuality and personality, then, refer to the stages of development and have a historical significance. They refer to time, not to form. Keep that in mind also. They refer to time, not to form. That which is the personality today will be part of the individuality tomorrow. In other words, the training isn't over. Bold of you to assume that it will ever be over. But what you're going through now, the life experiences and the habits and patterns that you're developing, are going to one day become absorbed into the higher self. You want to talk about this Akashic records? Your soul is your personal Akashic records of all previous incarnations, of all data from all times. And one day, this current incarnation will be a part of that. Sunshine Chick says, it helps if I get a firm definition of words used a lot. Stereotype, solid impressions, image perpetuated without change. Okay. Stereotype, right? An image perpetuated without change. That's what the definition of stereotype is. An image perpetuated without change. Surely you know some stereotypical people. Supremacy McCoy, peace. There's an image. There's a book called The Matrix 4, I believe. And there's an image of what the higher self looks like. And it looks more like a jellyfish with a bunch of tentacles going down into the material plane, and each of those tentacles being attached to the spirit of an incarnation of a different human being. But they all go back up to this bigger bubble. Has anybody ever seen that image? I know I talked about it on my channel years ago. Not The Matrix as in the movie, but it's a book. Let's see. Okay, not 4. It might be Matrix 5, actually. Hold on. Yep, it's number 5. So let me show you this image real quick, like. Alright, so check this out. I'm gonna step away real quick. I want you to look at this image right here. The one that I just posted. The higher self on different dimensions, different levels. Be right back, like 60 seconds. Right. Curve, peace. Mr. West, peace, peace. Okay, so let's continue. Let's keep going. So a great entity then builds up its first personality out of its reactions to the cosmic phases. So that's going to be the first personality. It becomes conscious of the self, thus developed, when reciprocal action of all its aspects is established. Right? It becomes conscious of the self, thus developed, when reciprocal action of all its aspects is established. That consciousness, which it thus develops, is itself an existence, objective to the mind conceiving it. So look, the mind is all, or I should say the all is mind, right? The all is mind. So once again, even though there is a development of a personality, and accumulated personalities become an individuality, or we could say an incarnation, and a collection of incarnations becomes a higher self. Despite all that, this is still happening as this great entity looking within itself. The Kabbalion talks about the all, and we live and move and have our being within the all. That's what's being described here still. This is a self-reflection process that is far deeper than we can imagine. Christina Smith, peace. So let's read that again. A great entity then builds up its first personality out of its reactions to the cosmic phases. So remember, we talked about going through the red phase, the blue phase, the green phase, and mimicking the qualities of each of those phases. Where the collection of all those different behavior patterns eventually becomes a unique personality. So it becomes conscious of the self thus developed when reciprocal action of all its aspects is established. That consciousness which it thus develops is itself an existence, objective to the mind conceiving it. So look, the mind that is conceiving this personality, it sees this personality as a separate thing. It's as if this great mind is watching a movie, and all the characters and scenarios within that movie are different aspects of itself. Trust and believe that process is still happening. As soon as consciousness has focused it as a thought form, it is created and exists on its own account, and has become an object of consciousness. And in this thought form thus created, the same interplay of forces is set up, which, in the cosmos, gave rise to the great entities, and the process continues. Ace in the place. Peace, peace. Stray Panther says, we are in a reflection upon ourselves. It is self. So look, the different personalities that are being formed within this great mind are seen objectively by the great mind. In other words, you can picture yourself living behind your eyes, but you can kind of zoom out and you can watch yourself do the things you do on a daily basis. You can watch yourself wake up, come out of the bed and get dressed and go to work and eat lunch and do these different things. And I'm saying watch it and observe it as opposed to identifying with it. So as soon as consciousness has focused it as a thought form, it is created and it exists on its own account. It's like you create a character in The Sims. You don't have to be there all the time. Once you create it, it's going to run out its life. And it's become an object of consciousness. And in this thought form thus created, the same interplay of forces is set up, which in the cosmos gave rise to the great entities, and the process continues. In other words, everything that this great mind is created out of also goes into the creations of this great mind. And guess what the creations do? They continue the process of creating replicas of the same patterns that created it. Number one, hence that's why we do what we do. And number two, that's why you can use things like astrology to track the behavior patterns of human beings and the planet as a whole, because it's all created out of the same forces that have the same identifiable patterns. Light bulbs going off. DKDF says, could the great mind correspond with the great mother archetype? It can. It can, and it can even go beyond that. It can even go beyond that. Nuru says the clinging, needy mind, if made to leave the body in a so-called death, will cling to that formation and will re-render a copy as the next reincarnation. So ascension is simply not clinging to form. That's a valuable lesson that must be learned personally. It must be learned personally. Patchwork says, now I'm starting to think not only are the spirits our reflection, but everything that's seemingly external is actually internal. There is no external. Right, and that is what yoga means. The union of the outside and the inside, the subjective and the objective. That, my friends, is the point of all of this. Not manifesting some dollars or some sex or some cars, but union of the outside and the inside. Right on, Patchwork. Beautiful stuff, man. As the cosmos is reproduced in miniature in the great company of entities by means of which its evolution is now proceeding, so the thought form projected by a great entity in its turn gave rise to entities. Okay, so just like the cosmos is reflecting inward, creating copies of itself based on the patterns and energies that compose it, that it is composed of, the same way that the cosmos is doing that, the creations of the cosmos is doing that. And it's literally reflecting inward. I mean, hell, look at us. We create movies and video games, and all the movies and video games and pieces of art that we create have the same kinds of people, the same scenarios that people go through, right? Even if we watch a movie about like outer space or something, it's still a bunch of human stuff going on, right? There's love relationships. There's one group fighting another group, somebody vying for power. Somebody wants to do this, somebody wants to do, it's all human stuff. The forces that create us and create our minds, we project them into our creations. But guess what? Likewise, we are creations that have been projected through an even greater mind. Are y'all getting this? My gnosis says, Panic always said, copy of a copy of a copy. As Marilyn Manson said, you're just a copy of an imitation. Think about that demiurge story, right? Sophia. And look, notice how there's nothing here to get spooked out about. There's no devil to get scared of. There's no, oh, we gotta fight. But no, like none of that. We're literally describing the science of it. Yo, we gotta fight the demiurge, y'all. We gotta, no, it's not about that. It's not about that. You're a copy of the demiurge. Just like the demiurge is a copy of God. If you have beef with the demiurge, the way you fix that is by fixing that which is within yourself. It's a mirror. It's a mirror. That's why you can't fight these things the way that movies are trying to listen, the people that make the movies, they either A, don't understand how this works, or B, they're trying to make sure that you don't understand how this works. So that's not the direction that you go to figure out spiritual awakening. Oh, Trav, you gotta watch this movie, man. They dropping all kind of gems. Look, man, those gems are mixed in with plastic and rubber. And if you don't know how to tell the difference, you're just going to take it all in. IDKDKDF says all the spooky shit is because of that shadow and fear. The projection comes from your own type of mind. Facts. JFK said the only thing that we fear is fear itself. Why? Because fear creates enemies out of the shadow. This is great. As the cosmos is reproduced in miniature in the great company of entities, by means of which its evolution is now proceeding, so the thought form projected by a great entity in its turn gave rise to entities. But these entities, right, that's everything created by the Creator, infinitely on down to AI and the things that AI will create and the things that AI's creation will create. It will continue forever. It probably already has continued forever. But these entities begin their evolution at the point which the great entity, which projects them, has reached at the time of their projection. Let me read that again, because I didn't catch it. So, but these entities begin their evolution at the point which the great entity which projects them has reached at the time of their projection. Okay, so they begin their evolution at the point which the great entity which projects them has reached at the time of their projection. Okay, so by the time the creations catch up to where the great entity was when it created them, that's when they begin their evolution. Does that make sense to y'all? I'm gonna have to sit with that for a second. Okay. Okay. For just as the great entity has latent in itself all the phases of the cosmos, so have they latent in themselves all the capacities of the great entity. Just as the great entity has latent in itself all the phases of the cosmos, the red phase, the blue phase, green phase, etc., so do these creations of the great entity have these phases latent in themselves, all the capacities of the great entity. All the capacities. You have all the capacities of what you call God. You have all the capacities of what you call God. Nuru says, Patchwork, you hit the Vedic jackpot. Aham Brahmasmi. I am Brahman. All arises within. Sheesh. All right, let's keep going. Laya 369, peace. We see then, in this projected thought form of a great entity which we call a universe, look at the three things that we see. The atoms projected by the cosmic atoms, drawn into the orbit of that traveling atom which became a great entity. 2. The lines of force and flowing currents, which are the projected consciousness of that great entity. And 3. Out of the coordinations established by these second type forces of the atoms, we get the setting up of currents of pure movement in space, which are the analogs of the first movement in space, which gave rise to the ring cosmos. Thus, evolution runs its cycle and returns upon a higher arc to the door by which it issued forth. Thank you, Anamali. That is, you just made that plain and simple. Anamali says, every new one starts evolving at the place their previous creator left off, and contains all the powers. Thank you. So yeah, right. And isn't that like the purpose? Those of us who are parents, when we have kids, a lot of people say, "Oh, I don't want my children to make the same mistakes that I made," right? And then some people say, "I want my children to go further than I did." Either way, we have this innate desire for our creations to, for us to pass the baton to them and for them to pick up where we left off. It is these currents of pure movement. Oh, and by the way, right? All of this existence is a cycle, a circular cycle that moves on a different arc, as she says, which we could then see as a spiral. So, in other words, if the basic movement was forward and it completed a cycle, a circle, right? That circle is now established and it will continue. And as it rises to the next level, it's going to continue making that circle, but in a different way, in a different form. So if that's the root of existence, this would explain why we continue to see cycles and circles and patterns in the reality that we are currently aware of. We're seeing the echoes of the original movement. And that's what Kether is, the original movement. Now, I'm not saying this is Kether, but what I'm saying is Kether on the Tree of Life is the first place that the human mind can conceive of that spiraling, spinning motion. So if you look at the Mystical Kabbalah book cover, that's what you're going to see at Kether, a bunch of spirals in every direction. All right, so it is these currents of pure movement, to be clearly distinguished from the transition in space of any object, which form the basis of consciousness in the projected universe. As before stated, action and reaction do not constitute consciousness. It is reaction plus memory, which is the basis of consciousness. See that? It's not simply action and reaction. Because we have all kinds of machines that perform action and reaction. It's reaction plus memory, which is the basis of consciousness. And the currents in space in pure movement are the basis of memory because being frictionless, because substanceless, they persist. And the currents in space in pure movement are the basis of memory. We call those etheric patterns, but even deeper, right? They go past etheric, past astral, past mental, past causal. These go out. These are beyond the Tree of Life. Closer to what the Vedic information says about Om, that original vibration. It's closer to that. But in the currents in space in pure movement are the basis of memory because being frictionless, because substanceless, they persist. We have action and reaction of manifest actions, and the persistence of the reflection of that reaction in a state which, relative to the plane upon which the reaction took place, is unmanifest. Hence the saying that out of chaos issues creation. Order by chaos. We have action and reaction of manifest actions, and the persistence of the reflection of that reaction in a state which, relative to this plane upon which the reaction took place, is unmanifest. So what is she saying right here? What she's saying here is that we have action and reaction that is visible, that is observable, right? You can identify action and reaction, right? Whether you identify an action that creates a sound, a sight, a smell, a taste, a touch. There's a bunch of different actions and reactions that you can identify and observe, right? But here's what she's saying. Check this out. What she's saying is that every action and reaction, it doesn't just stop when you cease to observe it. They continue on in a different plane of existence. right? Butterfly effect for real, right? When I tap my book with this unicorn pen, sure, you observed a reaction of a sound and a shaking of the book, but that action continues on in the etheric, in the astral, in the mental, wherever. She says that we have then action and reaction of manifest actions, and what? The persistence of the reflection of that reaction. Where? In a state which, relative to the plane upon which the reaction took place, is unmanifest. So relative to the physical plane, everything that we do, it seems to stop when it's done. But on every other plane outside of the physical plane, that action continues. Hence the saying, out of chaos issues creation. So if that's the case, then maybe it really does matter everything you do. Maybe karma is an actual thing, right? An accumulation of all these different actions and reactions that over time have no choice but to continue to create more of itself. Oath says the ripples of Om, right? Perhaps that's where the definition of karma actually comes from, right? The continued process of action. In fact, that is what karma is in definition. That continued process of action and reaction. The continued process of action and reaction on every plane of existence. Not just somebody said a bad word to you and now you're upset and you wish bad luck on them. That's not what karma is. Karma is literally what she described here. Action and reaction that continues echoing on in a different place. So maybe that would start to add a little bit of weight to what Homie said in the previous book about casting your focus strictly on the building of a new paradigm and not upon things that you're trying to fix and things that you're tired of and angry about. Base and base AI version. Peace. Stuff Dog says reaction upon relationship of reactions. A minefield of reaction. You can't get out without hitting a few. Facts. Ace says simple example of today. I engage in still meditation as the baby screams, and although I end up blocking it out, it still continues. Yes. Stuff Dog says first cause reaction echoes down and builds from reactions made from other first cause reactions to make second cause reaction. And it continues and continues. Animali says that's the image I got the other day. The chain of events through time and space, gravity and physicality, all consequence, all karma. Right. I think that, of course, we make the mistake of assuming that karma begins when you first realize it. But no, the fact that you exist is a result of karma. The type of family that you're born into, the body that you have, like everything is a result of previous actions and reactions combining with each other, previous patterns, etc. Richard Tracy says, gotta build a new model to create a compelling future. Right, new paradigm. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Discover the hero within. Peace. Peace. All right, so we're all on the same page, roughly. Except for the bots, who come in with typos and extremely lame jokes. What did one of them say? Help, the shadow people are touching my butt. On what dimension is that funny? On what dimension is that funny? Like that, maybe that's kind of funny, like in your head, but like I don't know. If you're old enough to type that, them type of jokes should be done. If you're old enough to type that, them kind of jokes should be dead. But I digress. New kind of people walking this earth. Let's keep going. The unmanifest has been organized. Right? So we talked about order out of chaos. The unmanifest has been organized. Something exists which did not exist before. Creation has taken place. These reactions speedily affect each other and so become organized among themselves. And this reciprocal action is the basis of personality. Thus, the first development of consciousness in a universe is one great and comprehensive oversoul. Check it out now. As you're reading these chapters, y'all, it should become abundantly clear the meaning of these spiritual words that people throw around as if they understand them, right? Oversoul, higher self. Because you and I both know, because we've been there, a lot of these words are being thrown around without actually knowing what they mean, just because, we all assume that we know what they mean. If I say higher self, everyone's going to assume that they know what I'm talking about. But the difference with books like this is it gives you a breakdown of what those words mean. I mean, this was written exactly 100 years ago, so I'm pretty sure she has a good idea of what it means over some random on TikTok. Okay, so one more time. These reactions speedily affect each other and so become organized among themselves. And this reciprocal action is the basis of personality. Remember the personality versus the individuality? Thus, the first development of consciousness in a universe, the first development of consciousness in a universe is one great and comprehensive oversoul. The tracks of reaction which were developed in the oversoul by action on the plane of the atoms form invisible ruts, which, when any atom crosses their track, cause it to follow that course until such time as the attraction or pressure of other influences overcome that influence. So check out that image right there, right? The tracks of reaction which are developed in the oversoul by action on the plane of atoms form invisible ruts. So check this out. We're talking about this oversoul. We're talking about this collection of patterns, right, that are so deeply ingrained that when a pure atom from the center of existence enters into this cloud of the oversoul, once it enters into that oversoul, it falls into one of those patterns and gets stuck there until something moves it out of place. Do you see that? So you can see the oversoul as a deep collection of patterns, right? This cloud full of carved in patterns. And as it moves throughout existence, any atoms that enter this cloud immediately get locked into one of those tracks and follows it. And as it's following it, it's accumulating experiences that are stereotyped by that oversoul. Are you seeing that? The tracks of reaction which were developed in the oversoul by action on the plane of the atoms form invisible ruts, which when any atom crosses their track, cause it to follow that course until such time as the attraction or pressure of other influences overcome that influence. So anything that enters the oversoul gets stuck there unless something more powerful moves it out of the way. Interesting. Interesting. Stuff Dog says she told the world with this book, y'all niggas don't know what y'all talking about. Peep game, my niggas. Dion on the level. Facts. Facts. Nuru says, also the pre-biblical root of the word chaos is like a chasm, gape, or a tearing open, Big Bang, as opposed to the primordial divine consciousness, which is calm, still, unchaotic. Okay, now you see. Oh, wow. Never mind. Negro frequency tunes. You done gave away my secret. So it's Negro frequency tunes song. Definitely a bot. Y'all gotta know how to identify these bots. Alright, so let's keep going. Try and conceive of the first movement of an atom scoring a rut in force. Now, we talk about an atom scoring a rut. Imagine this atom has entered the cloud and it's carving a path as it flows through this cloud. Try and conceive of the first movement of an atom scoring a rut in force. Other atoms getting caught in this rut and following its curve for a time, then breaking away to follow the impulses of their own nature and other atoms taking their place. So look, some atoms come along and to the oversoul, those atoms are not yours, but it's your turn, right? Some of those atoms enter and follow that path for a little bit, but when their own inclinations say, all right, time to go, they go. But there's another one on the roster that fills right in. Some things never change, huh? There's plenty of atoms in the sea. Don't weep over one that has left. The atom was not yours, but it was your turn. And again, conceive the process as viewed from the plane of the atoms. You would perceive the myriads of atoms engaged in their tangential dance. And from time to time, you would perceive an atom suddenly change the mode of its action, pursue a new mode for a time, as if captive under the influence of some invisible compulsion, and then break away and return to its original mode of motion. You can take the atom out of the motion, but you can't take the motion out of the atom. Catch my drift. If then you examine the rut again, you would find it has been worn deeper, and the next atom would be held longer before it broke away. And in addition to the path determined by the rut, each atom dances with a movement of its own. The movement of the atom would produce modifications in the rut, and with each atom that it caught and forced to follow its path for a time, the rut would be modified. This is the first and simplest phase of the soul and the body. The tracks formed in space by gyrating atoms catch other atoms and produce secondary movements, and the track grows in consequence. The atoms which form these tracks are analogous to the traveling atoms of the cosmos. The reason I made those metaphors there was because I immediately identified the divine masculine and divine feminine at play. Did you catch that? But notice here that both the oversoul is changed and the atoms are changed as they interact with each other. That first atom that enters the oversoul, it carves out a pattern, and it begins to attract others that are similar, that are its type. And as they enter, they change it just a little bit until it becomes very unique. But see, with each change, the rut gets deeper. So every time an atom enters, it stays for a bit longer, and it makes an even deeper change. What she's saying here is like, this is the foundation. Now, IDKDKDF asks, could you see this as the Great Mother? We're getting to the Great Mother now. Why do I say that? Because now we're getting to form. If these atoms that are entering are carving out deeply ingrained patterns, we're getting closer and closer to physical form. This is literally the prequel to mystical Kabbalah. I'm telling you, this is the prequel to the mystical Kabbalah. But you've had to have read the mystical Kabbalah first to get this. At least people of this day and age. Ghost Panther 22, peace. Straight Panther, I went to go look for Helldivers. That is not available for Xbox users. I was teased and tempted, and I can't even play it. Cosmic Puzzle, peace. Peace. Aldin says, I guess you could say this is the formation of the archetype of the tree. Absolutely. We grow natural family. Peace. Good evening. I hope you and yours are doing well. Stuff Dog says, yeah, we can't play, Trev. Got me too. I wanted to play just because I'm a Starship Trooper fan. Yeah, man. See? And I sat there for about 30 minutes trying to find that damn game in the Xbox shop. Because I'm not a gamer like that. I play the hell out of Fortnite, but anything else I don't. So I'm looking for the game like maybe it's something wrong with me. No, it is not on Xbox. I don't know why y'all did me like that. Knowing I play Xbox, don't tell me about some Helldivers 2. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. All right, so I think that we're starting to get, well, of course we are getting closer and closer to objective information that isn't so abstract, but I love that she's laying down this foundation so that at least the subconscious mind can see how the universe works, right? See, there's a lot of things that we want to do and a lot of things that we don't know how to do. The human mind continues to operate in the patterns that it knows until it figures out a better way. So if we're learning about how the universe actually works, if the subconscious mind is getting data on the blueprints of how reality functions, I wonder what your subconscious mind would do with that kind of new information. I mean, hell, your subconscious mind will be like, all right, bet, and go deep within itself, carve some new grooves, right? Or go find something out the oversoul and bring something to the front of your head. And you're like, wow, I don't know where this idea came from, but this is the answer. I'm just saying. What did Dion Fortune say at the very beginning of this book? Let me remind you. See, it's not about remembering any of this stuff because it's not going to help you pass any kind of test. But what did she say from the get-go? She let you know up front, right? She let you know up front. She said these images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. This is not about any data that you can go off and repeat in an intellectual debate. This is not for pontification. These images are designed to train the mind, not to inform it. Don't ever forget that. Look, this edition is the integral text recorded in 1924 by Dion Fortune. This is 100 years old. What was she doing in her daily life to be carrying around this data 100 years ago? Chapter 13. Aldin says, I've been applying the imagery in this book to taught with Shooty practice and the LBRP. Me too, actually. Me too. Anna Molly says, I feel like in quantum physics terms, we all still have quantum entanglement with the original source quantum. I believe so. I believe so. The Bible says that all things work for the good of those who love God and are called to according to his purpose. And I believe in that verse. And what it's saying basically is that everything that happens in your life, it's not random. It's part of a divine plan, especially if you are somebody who's called to a spiritual purpose. There are no accidents and no synchronicities. And this kind of just makes that abundantly clear for me. Chapter 13, the beginnings of mind and group consciousness. Let's get to it now. Here we go. We are now dealing with the beginnings of mind, and it is necessary that these fundamentals be clearly grasped. You have already been told that movement of any object leaves a track in space. I love that. I love that. If you're a person who practices magic, if you're somebody who's all about some manifestation, understand that you're not forcing anything. Anything that you've ever wanted has already been manifested at some point by somebody, and it's probably happening now. It's not like you want something that's never happened. All you have to do is to tap into the etheric pattern that's already been carved out. If you want a car, do you know how many people wanted cars? Do you know how many people wanted a perfect relationship? Do you know how many people wanted a perfect job? All you have to do is tap into the pattern. It's easy. Now check this out. We're now dealing with the beginnings of mind, and it is necessary that these fundamentals be clearly grasped. If you have already been told that movement of any object leaves a track in space. Don't forget that. The object comes to rest, but the movement as apart from the object continues as pure movement. That's something to meditate on. I don't care what level you're at. That's what the patterns are. People fall into the pattern. If you want to know, this is what I said in my Spirit Summoning Masterclass. If you want to know what kind of spirit you're working with, observe the pattern that it's producing in the physical plane. It's easy. It is pure movement in the abstract, which gave rise to the cosmos. This movement gave rise eventually to the locked up nodes of opposing forces, which are the prime atoms. It is the movement of these atoms which forms the basis of manifestation. Manifestation, as you know it, is associated with the movement of objects. But life, mind, God are abstract, and they are based upon pure movement, unconnected with any object. In our studies, we have reached the point where the reflections of the cosmic atoms gathered about a great entity have made the prime matter of a universe. And this prime matter has been ordered and organized into a miniature cosmos by the reflection of the microcosmic reproduction of the cosmic macrocosm in a great entity. Okay, so we reach the point where the reflections of the cosmic atoms, in other words, this great entity is looking within itself, and everything that it's observing within itself is the processes of its own creation. The map versus the territory. You will hear this quote many times: the map is not the territory. In other words, you look at the piece of paper, that's a map, and it kind of gives you a general synopsis of what to expect, but the map isn't actually what you're doing. You have to walk the landscape. You have to walk the territory. So the map is not the territory. That's why they say that this reality is an illusion. This reality is a map of the territory. It's a map that your mind created to help make sense of something that has no sense. So in our studies, we have reached a point where the reflections of the cosmic atoms gathered about a great entity, have made the prime matter of a universe. And this prime matter has been ordered and organized into a miniature cosmos by the reflection of the microcosmic reproduction of the cosmic macrocosm in a great entity. So as this great entity looks inside itself, it has nothing to create but itself. It's looking within and it's creating itself on a smaller level. You will recall that in the evolution of the cosmos, the similar types of atoms settled down upon their planes, but a more complex type of atom could not settle down because their greater bulk caused them to react with a corresponding force to the centrifugal forces of the cosmos. And instead of being held upon the seventh plane by the synthesis of forces, continued their outward path till they struck against the ring past knot and were sent back to the central stillness. Let's break that down. So according to what she read before, these atoms that are pure at the center, they shoot out, right? And according to what they're composed of, three atoms in a triangle shape, 4 in a square shape, 5 in a pentagon shape, whatever they're composed of and whatever they're shaped like, they push out and they settle and stop on the plane that they resonate with, right? So those 3D atoms, they stop on the 3rd dimension. Those 4D atoms, they stop on the 4th dimension, right? They go and they rest where they're in balance, right? But see, there are some that are composites of different kinds. They're unique, so they have no place to settle. So they shoot out and they pass through all the different areas of existence, all the different planes. And guess what they do? They hit the barrier, they hit the firmament. Remember in the beginning we talked about the ring cosmos, which is a swirling, we could say left and right, a flat swirling. And as this swirling happens, it's drawing force inward into the center. And because that happens forever, it creates a 90-degree alternate force that goes up and down. And what that spin is doing is it's pulling out. So the first ring is pulling into the center. The second ring is pulling things out of the center and to the outside. Now, when these two together are going for an infinite amount of time, they start to form a third ring around them. And this is called the ring past knot. Anything inside cannot come out. It does not come out. The real firmament. There's nothing outside of it and everything's inside of it. So, what she's saying here is, as these composite cells move throughout existence and these atoms don't find a place to rest, they eventually hit the barrier, bounce off of it, and return back to the center. So let's see what happens now. Instead of being held upon the 7th plane by the synthesis of forces, continued their outward path till they struck against the ring past knot and were sent back to the central stillness. Likewise, in a universe, the atoms appropriate to each plane drew their tracks in space. And because there is no persistence of action, they are mutually canceling. These tracks form the elemental essence of each plane. But these atoms, which are too complex in structure to settle down upon a plane, having gone out to the uttermost plane, return thence, not to a central stillness, but to a central point of unmanifestation, where the unmanifest wells up and becomes manifest. That is to say, that at that phase of developing manifestation, wherein new aspects of the logoidal consciousness are being realized, these traveling atoms find their nearest affinity. Anna Molly says, our blood and bodies have iron. Doesn't occur in nature except supernova stars. Some of our atoms had previously gained mass and got flung out with violence. Somehow settled here with earth, water, etc., etc. Special ingredients, chemical X. So in other words, these composite atoms that are traveling throughout existence and cannot find a home, they've gone out to the edge of the universe, and they bounce off the firmament and come back to the center, still not able to find a place. They have to come, the closest they can find is the point that is close to the center where new creation is coming from the unmanifest to the manifest. How do I say it? Right on the brink of existence and non-existence. That's where these complex, unique atoms find their home. Artemis in theory, peace and good evening to you. You will recall that it was previously said that the movement of an object leaves a track of pure movement in the unmanifest. And remember that the cosmic state is unmanifest when viewed from the standpoint of a universe. The logoidal images, therefore, have to pass from a cosmic to a manifest condition. And in that transition, they pass through a phase which is identical with that state of existence of the tracks in space drawn by the movement of an object. Therefore, being of the same nature, they can influence the tracks in space, thus drawn. Okay, let's go back. So we've got these special atoms that don't quite fit in to any particular point in existence. And they've traversed the entirety of existence and they cannot find a home. All these other atoms have found a home to settle, but these complicated composite atoms continue searching. And the best they can find is a state of almost non-existence, right? They have to come back to the beginning, to where creation is coming into existence from the unmanifest. Like there's an in-between point between unmanifest and manifest, and they have to come back to the center to get close to that. Let's see what it says here. You will recall that it was previously said that the movement of an object leaves a track of pure movement in the unmanifest, right? So in other words, remember, every movement, it continues in the unmanifest. It might stop in the manifest, but the movement continues, right? That's the etheric pattern, the astral pattern, right? And remember that the cosmic state is unmanifest when viewed from the standpoint of the universe. The cosmic state is unmanifest when viewed from the standpoint of the universe. So the universe is a product of the cosmos. So if the cosmos is dreaming the universe into being, the universe cannot perceive the cosmos. The dream cannot become aware of the dreamer. So to the dreamer is unmanifest. Look, remember that the cosmic state is unmanifest when viewed from the standpoint of a universe. The logoidal images, therefore, have to pass from a cosmic to a manifest condition. And in that transition from being unmanifest to manifest, in that transition, they pass through a phase which is identical with that state of existence of the tracks in space drawn by the movement of an object. So look. When these logoidal images convert from being unmanifest to manifest, they're undergoing a certain, they're walking through a door. They're walking through a threshold, right? And it just so happens that that threshold that they're crossing through is damn near identical to the space carved out by force that continues to move, right? So like I said, if I smack the book with the pen, you hear the pop, right? And it stops on the manifest, but the energy continues, the movement continues in another plane. So that other plane where the energy is continuing to move forever, that plane is very much like the threshold to where the unmanifest becomes manifest. You follow? So So the logoidal images therefore have to pass from a cosmic to a manifest condition. And in that transition, they pass through a phase which is identical with that state of existence of the tracks in space drawn by the movement of an object. Therefore, being of the same nature, they can influence the tracks in space thus drawn, right? So because that threshold where the unmanifest becomes the manifest is identical to the tracks that are carved into that, what was it, that super consciousness? What do we call that big cloud of existence? Let me go back and see what that word was. Oversoul, that's it. So just like the tracks carved out inside of that oversoul. So we got those tracks, and we've also got that transition point between unmanifest to manifest. Because those are of the same nature, they can influence each other. Therefore, being of the same nature, they can influence the tracks in space, thus drawn. All right, let her cook, because she's going somewhere with this. My gnosis says like Bij mantras. Yes. These tracks in space are always of the nature of a closed figure, like the tangential atom tracks. And as the different logoidal concepts are externalized, these atom tracks are influenced by them, and so reproduce in miniature the logoidal phases. These tracks in space are always of the nature of a closed figure, like the tangential atom tracks. And as the different logoidal concepts are externalized, right, as they're being manifested, as they're externalized, these atom tracks are influenced by them, and so reproduce in miniature the logoidal phases. So that you can conceive great numbers of traveling atoms returning to the creative center and being, as it were, bathed in the influences of the logoidal ideas. These logoidal ideas, of course, are building the framework of the universe, and so creating a huge replica of the great entity, which is itself a replica of the cosmos. But within that universe, being tracks in space of the traveling atoms, not the atoms themselves, are also replicas of the logos. In other words, tracks in space and air for the reasons given. Sheesh. So that you have, upon the seventh plane of a universe, gathered about the creative center, great numbers of two-natured entities. Let's see. A traveling atom, which, because it has passed out through all the planes, has experienced the reactions of all the planes, and therefore can react in each of these respective ways when subjected to the stimuli which produce that reaction, right? So we got the atom that didn't fit in anywhere, it didn't have a home, so it has traveled the entire universe and realized the only place that I can fit in is non-existence, right? So it has, in its travels, instead of settling and becoming limited to a particular space, they've gone through and collected a great number of potential responses, a great capacity, which results in a higher intelligence, right? A traveling atom, which, because it has passed out through all the planes, has experienced the reactions of all the planes, right? So since it has traveled through all the planes, at least twice, it has experienced all the reactions of dealing with that plane. I've been everywhere, man. Has experienced the reactions of all the planes, and therefore can react in each of these respective ways when subjected to the stimuli which produce that reaction. And B, you have also, in addition to this atomic body, the track in space it describes in its atomic dance. This track it has in common with all other atoms, but in the case of a traveling atom which has returned to the central creative point, this track in space is impressed with the logoidal image, and this distinguishes it from what may now be called the inanimate atoms. Ah, so now we've got life. Now we've got life. Anna Molly says, like a cosmic stem cell can become anything. Yes, ma'am. Perfect, right? Perfect. Now we speak in some Kether talk. Now we get into some Kether talk. Good, good. I'm glad that I'm no longer the only person in my world that understands this information. So nice. Aldin says, Kether is the Malkuth of the unmanifest. Therefore, this has to be the unmanifest, but because of the mind, we do not see it. That's what I got out of reading chapter 5 of Mystical Kabbalah. Oh, yeah. IDKDKDF says, unmanifest, oversoul, logos. Manifest. Wait, unmanifest, oversoul. Logos, manifest. That's how I interpret it. Atoms are things of manifestation or creation. So oversoul or logos is like a mediator between unmanifest and manifest. Yeah, you could put it that way. But I'm like Sunshine Chick. I might need to go back a little bit and get a refresher on this logoidal logos. But I don't remember what chapter that was in when she first started talking about the logos. I'll do a quick flip. See if it pops out at me. There we go. The logos then is now aware of the thought form, the aura of God. Relation between the projected image and the logoidal consciousness. Yeah, that should be it. At the beginning of an evolution, the logos is alone in that sphere which is afterwards to become its universe. It is conscious only of itself, for there is no object in existence within that sphere of which it can be conscious. It would thus be seen that the logos reverses the order of the psychologist's concept of the evolution of consciousness, having first cosmic consciousness, then self-consciousness, then objective consciousness. The logos, then, is now aware that a thought form has been projected from its consciousness into its aura. For under one aspect, the universe may be conceived of as the aura of God. So we're comparing the logos to what we would call God, the mind of God. The consciousness of an object produces a reaction in the logoidal consciousness. There is a subject-object adaptation. And this adaptation produces a corresponding modification in the reflected universe, which becomes capable of an object-subject relationship. Thus, a relationship or reciprocity is established between the logos or great entity. There we go. The logos is the great entity, and that projected image of the logoidal consciousness, which is the incipient universe. It must not be thought, however, that the logoidal consciousness is limited to awareness of its objectified universe. The logoidal focused consciousness or consciousness is thus limited. For a focused or conscious consciousness can only be built up out of awareness of and reactions to objects. But the logoidal subconsciousness is aware of the cosmos, and the consciousness is influenced by the subconsciousness, which is its basis and background. Okay. Thus are the natures of things determined. They are built into them by the logoidal reactions to the conditions of its cosmic environment. And these modifications are constantly proceeding. They do not endure for a phase and cease, but continue as long as the atomic subplanes to which they correspond are in existence. Okay. Hopefully that helps a little bit. So you said unmanifest, oversoul, logos, manifest. So you can say that logos would be the mind of the great entity that is the one, the dreamer itself, the one that is dreaming reality into existence, the one that has created this map of its territory. Numerator says she's describing fractals. Yes, yes. Your mind has to be ready to read this. Like, you have to sit down and actually focus on these words. You can't daydream. You have to be locked in to get this info. If I stop paying attention for a second, I have to go back. If I stop paying attention, then it starts sounding like the conscious consciousness of the logoidal consciousness of subconscious, logoidal consciousness, unmanifest, manifest atoms. And I'm like, oh shit, let's go back. You got to lock it in, boy. This ain't no joyride. You better have both seatbelts on. I don't care who's in the passenger seat. Both seatbelts strapped in. Aldin says this lines up with what Blavatsky says about Mula Prakriti, unmanifest, and the secret doctrine. Yeah, right? We should know about Prakriti. Mula Prakriti would be her full name, right? Ultimate Prakriti. We should know about Prakriti. If you love Bina, you should really check out Prakriti. Stray Panther says the logos is what the great mind perceives itself to be. I would say that the logos is the great mind. Mr. West says this is definitely a very informative session, Brother Travis. Had to get a cup of coffee just to keep up and focus. Shoot, let me lock in my other seatbelt real quick. The logoidal consciousness of the logoidal unmanifest atom of atomic seventh plane density. And the crazy thing is, it still makes somewhat of sense, even when I'm just seeing words. And then I'm like, wait a minute, that sounded important. Let me go back and read that again. All right, but for real though, be right back. All right, let's keep it going. Let's keep it going. Let's keep it percolating. Okay, so where are we at? Okay, so these two types of atoms. But let me go back just a little bit because actually, thank you, IDK because I was a little bit shaky on my understanding of the logoidal consciousness, and I was like, all right, maybe if I just breeze through it, it'll make sense later. But I was hoping nobody would ask about it, and you did. So I guess I kind of sent that thought form out. In any case, I'm going to go back just a little bit now that we have reread about the logoidal consciousness. Okay, so these tracks in space are always of the nature of a closed figure, like the tangential atom tracks. And as the different logoidal concepts are externalized, right, as the logos manifests its map of reality, As the different logoidal concepts are externalized, these atom tracks are influenced by them. Because remember, they're of the same nature. The atom tracks are of the same nature of that threshold that they pass through from the unmanifest to manifest, right? As the different logoidal concepts are externalized, these atom tracks are influenced by them, and so reproduce in miniature the logoidal phases, so that you can conceive great numbers of traveling atoms, returning to the creative center and being, as it were, bathed in the influences of the logoidal ideas. These logoidal ideas, of course, are building the framework of the universe, and so creating a huge replica of the great entity. Yes, creating a huge replica of the great entity, which is itself a replica of the cosmos. So we got the cosmos. That's easy. That's the first thing we started with, that movement of the ring cosmos. So when you see cosmos, you might as well just think ring cosmos, right? So the ring cosmos, ring chaos, ring past not, rajas tamas sattva. Those are the gunas. We know that, or I see that at least. The cosmos, right? The cosmos then, after going through its processes of doing its thing, spinning and swirling and percolating, since the ring cosmos is constantly pulling into itself, that pattern emerges the logoidal consciousness. After all this different paths and atoms and rays and all that good stuff, planes, it builds a consciousness. It builds up, as it's pulling different atoms into its center and pushing them back out. Different collections are happening. A great mind is formed. This great mind is the logoidal consciousness. It begins to look within itself. It begins to dream, and it begins to replicate everything that it is, everything that is conceived of, right? So we go from the cosmos to the great entity, and the great entity creates the universe. The great entity is another word for the logoidal consciousness. So these logoidal ideas, of course, are building the framework of the universe, and so creating a huge replica of the great entity, which is itself a replica of the cosmos. But within that universe, being tracks in space of the traveling atoms, right? So within the dream, within the replica, it's not actually the atoms, but it's the tracks that are left, right? So, but within that universe, being tracks in space of the traveling atoms, not the atoms themselves, are also replicas of the logos. This is what they mean when they say that this is an illusion, and that don't start and end with your daily life and you having to go to work and put gas in your car. That's not the end of the illusion. The illusion extends all the way out to how we understand this reality. Even if the stars in the sky are what science tells us, even if the universe and galaxy and planets, even if all that stuff really is how they say it is, even that's the illusion. Nuru says, what I hear is the God mind ripples faster than light into space, which slows the light and traps it in a standing oscillation, the atom tracks, which is the proton atom matter. Okay. All right, let's keep going. Well, we're gonna get this. We're gonna get this. So that you have, upon the seventh plane of a universe, gathered about the creative center, great numbers of two-natured entities. A traveling atom, which, because it has passed out through all the planes, has experienced the reactions of all the planes, and therefore can react in each of these respective ways when subjected to the stimuli which produce that reaction, right? So that atom has gone out all across the universe. Johnny Cash, I've been everywhere, man. And has picked up lessons from every corner of the universe. It has seen it all, has done it all, and it's all stored within its oversoul. So no matter what experience it's presented with, it has an answer for that. And here's B. You have also, in addition to this atomic body, the track in space it describes in its atomic dance. So look, this atom here that's been traveling everywhere and learned lessons, it has left a track. It has left a track of its experience, of its pattern. Hey, if you want to be like me, follow me. You might not know anything about Goku, but there's a track left. You can watch all of Dragon Ball, Dragon Ball Z, Dragon Ball GT, Dragon Ball Super. And by following that track that's been carved out, right, because it's there, you can access it. You can start to learn and follow that path. Look, you also have, in addition to this atomic body, the track in space it describes in its atomic dance. This track it has in common with all other atoms, right? All atoms have tracks carved out and left through space. If you want to catch up with the Avengers, right, you can watch the certain Avengers movie in order, right? You can follow that track. You can watch Thor and Iron Man and Captain America. You can watch all those movies and then get caught up. And then watch the Ultron and the Thanos and all that. This track it has in common with all other atoms, but in the case of a traveling atom, which has returned to the central creative point, this track in space is impressed with the logoidal image. And this distinguishes it from what may now be called the inanimate atoms. Boom, so we got it. Somebody tell me what that means real quick. Oh, hot and fresh out the kitchen. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Go ahead and guess. Don't be scared. I admitted when I didn't understand something, but that's how we get it, right? That's how we get it. Basically, what she's saying here is that, okay, so this traveling atom, as it's moving, number one, it has picked up all manner of experiences throughout creation, plus a special pattern. The pattern, remember what she said about the logoidal consciousness going through a threshold where it takes the unmanifest into the manifest, right? Remember, the logoidal consciousness is the great mind. It's the all. It is God. And so since it's the dreamer, it's looking within itself. And as it comes into an awareness of an aspect of itself, it replicates that into its dream. So say, for example, this great mind realizes that it has a red aspect. So then it goes and it replicates redness within its dream. So within its dream, it shows red aspect stuff, right? So in the creation of matter, it's creating that matter based on what it is witnessing. So it's going from unmanifest into manifest. So this God is looking at itself, and everything that it sees, it's creating. You get what I'm saying? Like it sees what makes it, and it replicates that which it sees into its dream. So these traveling atoms are special because they're going through that door too. They're going through that door of creation as well. So not only have they learned all the experiences of the universe and existence, they're also learning about what it's like to bring something from the unmanifest dimension into the manifest. That's what makes these special. So it says that this track, sure, all atoms that move through the universe have carved out a track and a pattern. But what makes this one so special is that it is impressed with the logoidal image. It has experience with creating something out of the unmanifest. And this distinguishes it from what may be called the inanimate objects. Do you get that? Let me know. We have special atoms that are being described here that know the secret of God, that know how to create from nothing. That's why the magician card, right? Maybe I can show you better than I can tell you. Maybe I can show you better than I can tell you. Take a look at the Kabbalistic Tarot, right? And when you pop this thing open, you'll see how the tarot cards are lined up with the tree of life. Now, what she just described and what I just broke down, that explains why the magician card is what connects Kether, which is that doorway, right? That threshold from where the unmanifest becomes manifest. That's what's happening at Kether. So you'll find the magician card here. What's the magician card look like? Or what's that represent? Right? He's got all the tools on the table to redirect the flow of anything into creation. He's pointing as above, so below. And it goes straight to Binah, straight to the womb. It doesn't have to go to this process. That's the Fool card. The Fool card, he's just skipping and jumping and doing whatever he wants to do. Johnny Appleseed out here. Laying seed, Papa was a rolling stone. Wherever he laid his hat was his home, right? That's the Fool card. Hakma, that's the divine masculine. The magician card has learned the secrets of God. And of course you got the high priestess, but that's a different story. Let's keep going. Let's keep going. It's gonna unlock for somebody. That light bulb's gonna cut on. I can feel it. It just cut on for me. It's gonna cut on for somebody else in a minute. Let's keep going. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, and their tracks in space have been caused paths. 22 paths. Or I should say 32 paths. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, and their tracks in space have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration, so that they have become miniature reflections of the logos, whereas they themselves have merely generated a tangential track of movement which had a simple rhythm of the repetition of that circular movement. They have imparted to them by the logoidal vibrations the same rhythm as the logos is vibrating to. As above, so below for real. Knowledge of good and evil. Peace, Unicorn Universe. Unicorn Universe says, and we have over 139 trillion atoms. No, 7 billion atoms. My bad. That's a lot of logoidal consciousness. You know, and hell, it only takes one of those to be what we're talking about. It don't even need to be all 7 billion. It just needs to be one of them. Louis, peace and greetings. Welcome, welcome. We're getting to it. We're getting to it. Dang. Now I see why I had to go through different lessons I had to go through study-wise before opening this book. Because I've had this for a while. But there was a couple other things I had to finish understanding before I could crack this open. Let me read this again, because all this is heavy stuff, and I want to make sure I get it before just blazing through. So if I'm repeating and breaking down, it's because I also need to hear it. These atoms have come under the influence of the logoidal self-consciousness, right? And their tracks in space have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration, so that they have become miniature reflections of the logos. So look, these traveling atoms, not only do they have all the experiences that there are to have, they also know the secret of transmutation, of creating out of chaos, right? They also know that. So since these atoms have now come under the influence, they're awake. These atoms are self-aware. They understand what's happening here. At least in comparison to the rest of the atoms who do not. The rest of the atoms are just following their patterns. But these ones here, in a way, they see the big picture, right? Their tracks in space have been caused, have been caused to react to that image by the sympathetic induction of vibration, so that they have become miniature reflections of the logos. Whereas they themselves have merely generated a tangential track of movement, which had a simple rhythm of the repetition of that circular movement. They have imparted to them, by the logoidal vibrations, the same rhythm as the logos is vibrating to. So check it. If you look at the total structure of the ring cosmos, the ring chaos, and the ring past not, you've got all these different atoms, all these different paths that are carved out. And if you're a number 3 atom, you're going to stop at number 3 land and just have your merry rotation right there. You're going to keep going there forever until you die or whatever, and another one comes to take your place. If you're a 7 atom, you go to 7 land and you rotate there. But there are certain atoms that don't have a home, and they search endlessly, literally to the ends of existence, and bounce off and come back. That in itself is a path that's being carved. But see, what's special about those is that on their way out, they don't find a home, and on their way in, they don't find a home. So they make it to the very center, where they find the mind of God creating new out of its mind, right? Out of its dreams. It's dreaming realities into existence. So these traveling atoms that could not find a home anywhere actually travel all across existence and finally make their way back to God and witness God dreaming realities into existence. And because they pass through that threshold too, they learn how to do that as well. And this is where it gets kind of weird. Every atom that's moving through existence carves out a path. So that path that this atom took, searching for somewhere to rest, when it came back and witnessed God dreaming reality into reality, its entire path became affected retroactively, right? Imagine, right, you live your life doing whatever, and then you die and you see God, and then your whole life becomes blessed, even though you already lived it. So this atom that has carved a path from its inception all the way to being cast out and coming back, after witnessing God, its entire path has been affected by witnessing God. And now its path vibrates with the same vibration as the logoidal consciousness. You following me? This is amazing. Now remember that a repetition of circular movements gives rise to a rhythm, and that such a vibration is simply the impacting of a rhythm of one plane upon the substance of another. The logoidal rhythms, therefore, set the traveling atoms of a universe that experience their influence vibrating to the same rhythm. So the alignment happens. The traveling atom begins to vibrate at the same rhythm that God is vibrating at, that the logoidal consciousness is vibrating at. Fuck it, just smear the highlighter across the whole damn page. Oy vey. This is some good stuff here. IDKDKDF says that's a solid depiction. My Gnosis says this is definitely a description of us. I was thinking the same thing. Ace says this should excite you to have ultimate faith in yourself to be able to do anything. Just keep studying and practicing. Yes. GQ says retro causality. Exactly. IDKDKDF says, damn, because the work is already done, so it really is a redo, but from a new dimension. It's already done. The work is already done. Let's keep going. Now, okay, thus it is that the traveling atoms of a universe contain the potentialities of reaction of which the nature of the logos is capable, right? The traveling atoms of a universe, they contain the potentialities of reaction of which the nature of the logos is capable. So look, these atoms, they contain the powers of what the logos can do. That is to say that the logos, or the great entity, in the course of its cosmic evolution, has acquired certain types of reaction, right? Certain types of reaction, right? Just like you in your lifetime, you've acquired certain types of reaction. You know that if you go to a certain neighborhood or a certain place and there's certain people present, depending on what's going on, you react in a specific kind of way based on what you've gathered and learned, right? So look, this great entity in the course of its cosmic evolution has acquired certain types of reaction. These are built into composite rhythms. And the composite rhythms are built into great chords. Jeez Louise. Remember what Bobby Hemmett used to say? He used to say, don't worry about your family and friends who are not into this stuff. Don't worry about those people who ain't into it. Because by you doing your work, you actually go back and save all of them based on your work. Does anybody remember when Bobby Hemmett has said that? Multiple times, by the way. A waste of time to try to beat somebody over the head to wake them up. You just keep doing your work because you stand as a representative and you save them through your work. Do y'all remember when Bobby Hemmett said that? Have y'all watched Bobby Hemmett? Have you listened to him? It's starting to make sense now, isn't it? Isn't it? Let your Christian grandma and Muslim uncle and auntie, let them do what they're doing. Let them do what they're doing. It's fine. You do what you're doing. You do what you're doing. Let them do what they're doing. Oh, man. Mr. West says that part 100. Bobby Hemmett was right. Keep doing your work. Eventually, they might come to you for that information. You know, fuck that. They might not ever come to you for the information. That's not even the point. The point is, just like this great atom that travels across, gathering up different reactions, and finally finds its home with God, not within the manifestation, its entire path is retroactively enlightened. You can see that same thing for your bloodline. You don't need anybody in your family to utter the word Kabbalah. You don't need anybody in your family to have the book Beyond Fortune. You need to do it because by proxy, by proximity, by connection, they're going to get what you get. Don't worry about them. Let them do what they got to do. Aldin says, same concept as our ancestors benefiting from the work we're doing now. Facts. Minosa says, yeah, you got to be okay with them never coming to you for information when you're thinking on this cosmic scale. When I got that, I lifted a veil off my mind. Boom. Boom. Next time they bring up Jesus to you, talk about Jesus. Don't try to tell them, oh, well, actually. No, talk to them about, just keep it copacetic, keep it happy, keep it moving. Louis says, let the dead lay with the dead. All right, let's get back into it now. So these chords are a series of rhythms within rhythms, loops upon loops. Those of y'all who produce and make beats, right? Rhythms within rhythms, loops upon loops, to use another metaphor. It is these composite rhythms that are impressed upon the traveling atoms of the universe when they approach that phase of existence where the unmanifest is coming into manifestation. There's a door. There's a door. It is these composite rhythms that are impressed upon the traveling atoms of the universe when they approach that phase of existence where the unmanifest is coming into manifestation. And by the development of their own nature, are able to contact that which is relatively unmanifest to their phase of existence. Look, so these traveling atoms now, who knows what they are, but hell, they're able to tap in to other dimensions that are unmanifest to them. They're able to access data and information from higher levels because they have witnessed God do it. Patchwork. Thank you. Patrick says, must have missed that lecture. I had no idea. That would explain why Inanna has me focusing on myself and not worrying about what everyone else is doing and not casting judgment. This makes sense. Facts. Sunshine Chick says, my motto, listen more, talk less. Exactly. Ain't no need to share this information unless somebody already knows it. In that case, it's more of a mutual politicking. Each one teach one doesn't necessarily mean teach somebody metaphysics. You teach a person on their level. Mr. West says, I know once I started studying the occult, a lot of family members considered me a Satanist, but being the outsider, it didn't bother me. Now most of them are becoming curious and want to know. Right. Because you got to think, that's the only concept they have is, oh, you into devil worship. I'm pretty sure all of us here have been called devil worshippers by people who know us. That's all they got. Like that's the best thing that their mind can conceive of. They don't know, just like you didn't know any better. Let them have it. That's fine. Let them say that's fine. They need that in their minds. You cannot change that, no matter what you prove to them. Your need to prove something to them, your need to correct them, your need to enlighten them, it only stems off of your own personal uncomfortability, your own personal discomfort. Right? You want to be accepted. You want them to look at you in a good light. I've been there. We all been there. It's the same exact thing for all of us. Let them have it. Let them think what they want to think. It's fine. They done called me a devil worshiper. Shit, man. I've been getting this since 1999. Riding a school bus with black fingernails. Oh, you the devil. This nigga the devil. Not based on any of this. Based on black fingernails. This nigga the devil. Let's keep going. But that's the key right there as well. Simply witnessing the logoidal consciousness convert unmanifest into manifestation. Now these specific atoms have learned how to do it. That is the Magus card on the Tree of Life in the tarot. The concrete movement of an atom sets up an abstract movement, pure motion. MC Maestro, peace. Mr. West says exactly. It's silly until they want to know something. Oh yeah, every now and then. Hey, I think somebody put a curse on me. Do you think you could help me get it off of me? What? No, you think I forgot you from high school? Nah, I don't do them like that. Richard Tracy says, yes, that belief they project onto you serves a purpose and function for their evolution. Exactly. Okay, so the concrete movement of an atom sets up an abstract movement, pure motion. Pure motion is the characteristic of the cosmos, and therefore is of the same type of existence as a great entity, or logos. So that each moving atom in the universe, by its movement, creates a counterpart of itself, of the same type of the existence as that which forms the cosmos. Therefore, of the same nature as the logos of its universe, and therefore capable of reciprocal reaction with that logos. But the atoms of the planes, having settled down upon their planes, do not come into direct contact with the logoidal mind in its realization of concepts. But the traveling atoms, because they have not settled down upon the planes, have not become bound to their own forms. They're not stabilized, and therefore return to a primitive condition after they have reached a highly evolved state. And the forces of that primitive condition cannot influence them, as they can the atoms of their own plane. The forces of that primitive condition cannot influence them as they can the atoms of their own plane. So you're seeing here, of course, there's two different types of atoms, right? The atoms that are locked into where they belong, right, on their own plane, and they gather a depth of experience on their specific plane. But then there's the traveling atoms that gather a width of experience, right? So depth of experience means that you vibrate on third dimension and you stay there and you circulate within third dimension for eternity. You might gain great wisdom on that third dimension. By the way, think about elementals, right? You think about earth elementals, fire elementals, water elementals, air elementals, right? These would be types that found harmony on one specific plane and have been there since the beginning of manifestation, and they just circulate and gain a depth of understanding. That's why you can contact Gob as the elemental king of earth, who has a depth in earth elemental stuff. However, they're different from you because you have a width of experience, right? Now you start to see how that works. Sheesh. This is good stuff. Thank you, Patchwork. Patchwork says, I have to pretend to be a totally different person around friends and family and coworkers. They have no idea about me being an occultist. You know, you gotta weigh in. Is it useful and appropriate for them to know? Most of the time, the answer is no. It's not useful or appropriate. All right. So, these traveling atoms then have escaped from the laws of the manifested universe, which bind into forms, for the universe itself is a thought form, right? It's a dream of the Logos. The traveling atoms have escaped from the laws of the manifested universe, which bind into forms, and are therefore exposed to the same laws which condition the logoidal nature, and therefore receive an identical impress to that which the cosmos has imprinted on the Logos. And God made man in his image and likeness. Boom. Boom. Hazard pie, peace, hot and greasy. Oh, we in here, fresh donuts with the sprinkles. The sprinkles don't really make it taste better, but it looks better. Saw Osset, peace. Saw Osset says, for those without the ability to see spiritual revelation, it will sound like gibberish and be a waste of time to talk to them about it anyway. Right, it's hardly ever useful or appropriate. But check that out. And God made man in his image and likeness. Doesn't that make more sense as opposed to... Because you got to think also, a lot of the metaphors and the fairy tales are here to preserve a specific type of lesson to the subconscious, right? So we've got what you could call God as becoming self-aware of its existence, observing itself, analyzing itself, and recreating in something like a dream its experience, objectifying the different aspects of itself, which is the same thing you do in a dream. When you dream about scenarios and people, what you're really doing is you're objectifying different aspects that are going on in your consciousness. So you're objectifying your fear of snakes into an experience or a person. You're objectifying your desire for love and affection. You're objectifying that, and in your dream, it becomes a person or a scenario. Well, it's no coincidence because at some point in our evolution, we have witnessed God directly. So we have no choice but to behave like God. Having received this imprint, these atoms proceed to gather about themselves other atoms, because the track in space, having had a definite rhythmical circular motion impressed upon it, and no longer performing a cannoning tangential Brownian movement, sets up a vortex, and the vortex draws other atoms into the sphere of its movement and holds them gyrating about it. Okay, so it's beginning to attract now. It's that because of its journey across existence and its close personal experience with God, it is now beginning to attract other atoms to it. And in a way, mirroring and repeating the process that the mind of God is in process of doing. Literally as above, so below. Then you have this condition, an atom, the reflection of a cosmic atom, which is too complex to settle down upon a plane of manifestation, right? It's too complex to settle down upon a plane of manifestation, returns to the center, having developed by its movement a circuit of pure motion, which is of a cosmic type of manifestation. Its cosmic aspect is stamped with a logoidal image, tuned into the logoidal rhythm by the process described, right? It vibrates like God now. And this abstract aspect of the atom, being thus conditioned with qualities, causes its concrete aspect to move with a circular rhythm of a corresponding type. And this circular rhythm being thus held constant as distinguished from the tangential movements of the atoms of the planes, sets up a vortex, and the atoms about it are drawn into that vortex. So now it's beginning to spin in a circular motion as it's moving now, and it's drawing towards it other atoms. Now think about this also now. Everyone's like, oh, well, I am God, we are God, right? But there's a difference between the microcosm and the macrocosm, right? The difference is, think about it, the mind of God that's dreaming all of this into existence is something that is a composite of countless qualities, of infinite qualities, right? So we can't even fathom God because literally God is everything. But within the mind of God that is dreaming its experience, that is observing itself in the mirror, follow me here. So within this experience of God dreaming itself and reflecting itself, there are aspects of itself, these particular atoms, that don't settle down in a pattern, that don't settle down in a specific spot. There are certain atoms of God's reflection that are moving everywhere, that are traveling to the ends of existence and back again, right? They're rogue, they are rebels, right? They're unique, they're different. And they come back and they witness the dreamer that's dreaming the dream. In other words, God is dreaming, and there are pieces and characters of this dream that see him. It's as if the movie character in a movie realizes that it's in a movie, right? One of the Jedi recognizes what not Steven Spielberg, but what's his name? George Lucas recognizes what George Lucas is, right? Mickey Mouse becomes aware of Walt Disney, right? And listen now, because of that awareness of the creator, its entire history is changed. Because, like she said, this is not about time. This is not about time. But the thing is now, that entity now is an individual because its experiences, even though it is like God now, its experience is unique and individual to itself. It has gone through specific experiences in a specific way through the mind of God, right? So now it vibrates like God. It has the powers of God, but it's different in that it's only a portion of God. It's a configuration of God. It's a specific combination. Do you see what I'm saying here? You see what I'm saying here? It's like you create a character for your comic book or for your movie, and then you give it the power to do what you can do. It's still going to be that character. It's just, what Dr. Manhattan type stuff. That's what we've got going on here. And this is nothing new, but this is what a lot of what we've seen and been told is based on. So we're going back to the original to get not the purest original, but this stuff right here is more pure than what's on the market right now. This right here is probably the most pure that you're going to find on this app right here. And if I'm wrong, show me. Man, all right, let's keep going. I got that cosmic doctrine. We on that cosmic doctrine. Oh my. Okay, so yeah, we broke that down. As above, so below, macrocosm, microcosm. Thus we have a cosmic vibration of pure motion holding a traveling atom to a particular type of movement, and the traveling atom by its movement drawing other atoms of the plane upon which this occurs into its orbit and holding them there. So this traveling atom that has become aware of God, it is still on its own plane, right? That's the difference. It's on its own plane. So now what it does is it starts gathering and collecting other atoms of that plane to build itself. It's causing itself to come into manifestation. So look, these three aspects are A, the sparks of cosmos, or divine ensouling spirit, which was first described as a track in space described by the atom. Okay, so first we got the spark of cosmos, the divine spirit, which is actually a track carved in space by that first atom that was going its own path. It never fit in. B, the atom, which is the beginnings of a vehicle and is known to you as the seed atom. All right. And C, the atoms of the seventh plane drawn into the orbit of the seed atom and constituting its seventh plane body. All right, so let's do this now. There's the spark of the cosmos, which was first described as a track in space described by the atom. So this is the track, the groove, right? The etheric pattern, the astral pattern, the cosmic pattern. This is above ether and astral and all that. This is above that. So you got the carved out pattern, right? You've got the atom itself, which was the beginning of a vehicle and is known to you as the seed atom. This is like your most pure aspect, even beyond higher self. We're talking about the ultimate indestructible particle of you, the God particle of you. The path that it has carved out. And finally, all the atoms that it's collecting and drawing towards itself based on its journey. Alora, peace. Peace and love to you, Alora. Alora says, I love to walk into these book studies after a long day. Thank you for being here. Much love, everyone. All right, so check that out now. We've got those three aspects. Oh, okay. Boom, chapter 14. Chapter 14. The seed atom building a seventh plane body. So let's learn about the seventh plane. I don't want to make any assumptions, but let's learn about the seventh plane. We have traced the development of a three-part unit of evolution, and you will see that there is again the number of manifestation. 3 rings to the cosmos, 3 aspects of a universe, and also 3 factors to a unit of consciousness. These units of consciousness are each separate insofar as the seed atoms and those atoms of the seventh plane matter which surround them are concerned. The seed atom and its surrounding envelope forms a definite system of stresses and reactions which are intercompensating. In their reactions to each other's stresses, they have achieved an equilibrium and therefore become a unit. All right, so we've got that seed atom traveling, and it's gathering about itself forces that are almost making somewhat of like a framework, a energetic framework. All right, a unit is that set of interacting forces which have achieved an equilibrium and thus become balanced. Such a stabilized set of interacting forces which have achieved a definite rhythm of compensation will react in unison to any outside influence, and as no part of such a compensating system can be affected without affecting all the rest and causing them to react, it will be seen that such an association functions as a unit. So look, these forces that the seed atom has accumulated around itself as somewhat of a cloud, or we could say a seventh plane body, the forces that this seed atom, and remember that seed atom is the one that has traveled across the cosmos, picked up every type of reaction, and has witnessed God creating manifestation from the unmanifest, that seed atom, right? So as it's on this stage of its travels, has gathered forces around itself that's almost like a cloud of potential, And this cloud of potential is in perfect harmony, which means that as it travels through red territory, all of it is going to react in unison, right? Since it's been through red territory before, since it's been through that hood, it knows how to walk through that hood. So as that atom goes through red territory, it behaves in red territory fashion. Then it goes through blue territory, green territory. It all behaves together. It changes and flows and adapts to its surroundings. It functions as a unit. So with regard to the tracks in space, however, which have received the logoidal impress and may now be referred to as divine images, reflections, sparks from the cosmic fire, and will be referred to as divine sparks, the case is different. Let us take a single divine spark and study its nature. It is exposed to 3 sets of influences. 1. The experiences transmitted to it by the seed atom. 2. The influences of its fellow divine sparks. 3. It is in rapport with the Logos. It is aware of the Logos, and the Logos is aware of it. So we're talking about that divine spark. And the divine spark is exposed to 3 sets of influences. It's exposed to experiences that are transmitted to it by the seed atom traveling across the universe. It is exposed to the set of influence from the other divine sparks, just like it. And it is influenced by being in rapport with the Logos. The Logos is aware of it, just like it is aware of the Logos. These influences are constantly changing in rhythms of different wavelengths, and the divine spark endeavors, by means of compensatory stresses, to blend all these into a regular tune. The logoidal influences change with the cosmic tides, which are very vast. The influences of the seed atom are incomparably speedier, and the divine sparks, its fellows, are all reacting without correlation to each other. The cosmos phases reflected by the logoidal mind form the first great stabilizing influences, and the warring sparks settle down to the tides of positive and negative phases, and gradually relationships are established. Stresses are adjusted and compensated, and all divine sparks become correlated among themselves in a give and take of reactions. When this takes place, then evolution has reached its zenith. Upon the abstract aspect, they present a perfect replica of the Logos at that stage of its evolution. Okay, upon the abstract aspect, they present a perfect replica of the Logos at that stage of its evolution. So once all these sparks gradually begin to reach a harmony with each other on their travels and their journey, once they reach this perfect harmony where they're giving and taking and dancing together in harmony, what they're actually showing is a perfect replica of the Logos at its current stage of evolution. So check that out now. Check that out now. So if this whole creation here is a dream of God looking into itself, right? God looking into itself and dreaming itself into its own existence. In other words, it's like you laying down to go to sleep and you begin to dream yourself, right? You dream how you look, you dream what you wear. Hell, you dream your job, you dream your kids, your parents, your friends, you dream your room and your car, you dream your dog, your cat, your fish, whatever. You dream everything into existence. Well, check this out now. It's almost as if these divine sparks that have become aware of the dreamer It's almost as if they are creating God within the dream. You get what I'm saying? It's as if all these divine sparks coming together are dreaming God into that dimension. Is that making sense? So upon the abstract aspect, they present a perfect replica of the logos at that stage of its evolution. And upon the form side of things, right, that's the abstract, but on the form side of things, a geometric form is presented, built out of the atoms grouped about the nuclear seed atoms. And this form is that to which the lines of force give rise. Just as the crystal is a geometric form constructed by particles of matter arranged about lines of force. In other words, those lines of force are present, and when conditions are right, the particles of matter fill in those lines of force to give it a definite shape. You see this happening with a baby in the embryo, right? Those random cells just appear to know what to do. They're filling in the blanks, right? Those cells are following a pattern, an energetic pattern that's already there. They're just filling in the blanks. That's what's happening here. Just as the crystal is a geometric form constructed by particles of matter arranged about lines of force, well, those lines of force were already there, waiting for the right conditions. And as the cosmos was built up out of the three inter-revolving rings, the logoidal symbol is spherical. And as the number of prime manifestation is 3, the symbol of the first globe is a 3-sided figure, a 3-sided pyramid within a sphere. Let's keep going. Okay, by the way, she said that 3-sided pyramid that's on figure 16. Let's check that out real quick. Okay. So what's that? Evolution of satellites or globes and swarms of traveling atoms or divine sparks. Ooh, look on the right side. Laura stepped into the building and started cutting heads immediately. Okay. My gnosis says, look at how the moon plane is so dense. Take a look at that, and also on the cover of Mystical Kabbalah, what the moon looks like. So look at the cover of Mystical Kabbalah and check out the moon. Look at all those rings around it. I wonder what that means. I wonder why Yesod has all those rings around it. And you can say, oh, it's just a rainbow, but don't miss the forest for the trees. Those colors correspond with other colors, don't they? Right? I see an orange, I see a yellow, I see a green, I see a blue. Let's go back to that image real quick. I see a yellow. Check that out. The moon, all those rings. Just, I don't understand this chart just yet, but just observing what I'm seeing is planes, right? So this is plane number 1, the moon, 2, Mars, 3, Venus, 4, Saturn, 5, Mercury, 6, Jupiter, 7, Sun. But then globes, 1 globe for the Sun, 2, Jupiter, 3, Mercury, 4, Jupiter, 5, Venus, 6, Mars, 7, Moon. I don't know what that means exactly yet, but I'm just noticing. Reading this book, man, it's a lot like, you guys remember when Prometheus came out, the Alien movie? I've always been a really big Alien fan. Like, I always wanted to know their origin and where they came from and what the history was like for aliens. So, and Alien has been out forever, right? Alien 1, 2, 3. Everybody knows what those creatures are. But then they started talking about, oh yeah, we're going to do a prequel, and that's going to really break down where they come from, how they got there. I was so excited. So excited. Of course, the movie didn't really live up to the expectations, but I remember that excitement. Well, that is kind of like what this feels like. I know the mystical Kabbalah pretty decently. I've read it a few times. And I know that this is a prequel to the mystical Kabbalah. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, we were here. All right, let's keep going then. Next page. So she said that, and as the cosmos was built up out of the 3 interrevolving rings, the logoidal symbol is spherical, and the number of prime manifestation is 3. The symbol of the first globe is a 3-sided figure, a 3-sided pyramid within a sphere. You will thus perceive that the first planetary form has been evolved. The first planetary form has been evolved. Upon the cosmic aspect of things, the position has been arrived at in which a great entity has developed a satellite. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Its consciousness conditions its satellite, and its satellite is aware of the great entity. But though the collective consciousness of the satellite is influenced by the great entity, and therefore is a reaction between entity and satellite, it is not conscious of the great entity with its collective consciousness, but with innumerable individualized consciousnesses, whose collective consciousness is merely aware that they are aware, which is quite a different matter. IDK DKDF, great observation. IDK DKDF says Binah is the first of forms. 3, triangle. Big facts. Let me go back over that, because that's one of those where I just kind of read it and I feel like there was something there. The great entity is aware of its... Okay, so you will thus perceive that the first planetary form has been evolved. Upon the cosmic aspect of things, the position has been arrived at in which a great entity has developed a satellite. The great entity is aware of its satellite. And remember, the great entity is the same as the logoidal consciousness. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Its consciousness conditions the satellite. And its satellite is aware of the great entity. But though the collective consciousness of the satellite is influenced by the great entity, and therefore there is a reaction between entity and the satellite, it is not conscious of the great entity with its collective consciousness, but with innumerable individualized consciousnesses, whose collective consciousness is merely aware that they are aware, which is quite a different matter. Okay, so we got a couple different things here. We've got the great entity, we've got the great entity's satellite, and the great entity's satellite has a collective consciousness. And that collective consciousness has individuals, innumerable individuals. So we could even say little spirits that are living within and upon the satellite. So those individuals are aware of the great entity, but as a whole, as a collective, it's not aware, which is kind of weird. You follow what I'm saying, though? So we've got this great entity over here, and we got the satellite down here. Now, the satellite has a collective unconscious. That collective unconscious is built up of innumerable individuals, right? All these little bitty individuals. Now, the little bitty individuals are aware of the great entity, but as a collective, they are not. So let's read that again. My gnosis says, LOL, she talk a certain way that seemed all over the place, but it makes sense if you contemplate. Yeah, I think it has a certain effect on the subconscious. It has a certain effect on the subconscious. Okay, so one more time. The great entity is aware of its satellite. Its consciousness conditions its satellite, and its satellite is aware of the great entity. But though the collective consciousness of the satellite is influenced by the great entity, and therefore there is a reaction between the entity and the satellite, it is not conscious of the great entity with its collective consciousness, right? So the satellite is not aware of the great entity with its collective consciousness, but with innumerable individualized consciousnesses whose collective consciousness is merely aware that they are aware, which is quite a different matter. There exists, then, in the satellite, a collective consciousness which is self-conscious, aware of the conditions of its own existence as a satellite, and innumerable individual consciousnesses which are aware of the conditions in the group of atoms gathered around the seed atom with which they are associated, but which are unaware of the conditions of groups of atoms gathered around other seed atoms, and which are also each and separately aware of the great entity. Now, I'm not going to assume what we're talking about yet, because until she explicitly says it, I'm not gonna jump to a conclusion yet. But we can say that this satellite has a collective consciousness. Boom. Now the satellite itself has a consciousness. Boom. The satellite's consciousness is aware of the great entity. The collective consciousness of that satellite is not aware of the great entity, but it is aware of the individuals that make up its collective unconscious. But check this out. The individuals are aware of the great entity, but the collective consciousness is only aware of the individuals knowing that there is a great entity, basically. So you could say that the collective consciousness of humanity doesn't know what God is, but it knows that we know what God is. Does that make sense? That's reminding me of a conscious mind, subconscious mind relationship, where the subconscious mind is here to function in the environment, but it's not in control fully. It just does what needs to be done. Alora says, so the divine is aware of its own range of creation due to its own consciousness creating it, but its range is unaware of the consciousness dictating its existence, so it creates another within its own range, and so on and so forth. The consciousness of the great entity, the consciousness of the great entity towards its satellite resembles the sight of a human eye. But the consciousness of the satellite towards the great entity resembles the sight of a spider's eye. Innumerable facets reflecting innumerable images which have to be focused in the brain correlating to group consciousness. Okay, so you can see there that the great entity is more developed in its ability, in its capacity to perceive, right? Obviously, it is the dreamer, of course. But the satellite is not so refined in its ability to perceive. It's almost as if you were shattered into a million different pieces, each one going in its own direction, right? And you trying to make sense of reality, but you've got a million different voices telling you to go this way, that way. Sure, it's possible to get everyone on one accord, but it might take some time. When all the divine sparks are perfectly adjusted to each other so that there is perfect reciprocity of reaction throughout their mass, then there is a collective consciousness which focuses the images of the facets. When this is achieved, there is reciprocal consciousness between the satellite and the great entity, because they meet on equal terms. The form of the satellite has been determined by the great entity's concept of itself. Imagine what this great entity has to look like to create all these planets that look the way that they do. The form of the satellite has been determined by the great entity's concept of itself. Apart from the constructive consciousness of the units composing it, and now the divine sparks, having attained reciprocal reaction, have achieved a collective focused consciousness. And this consciousness functions as a unit and is therefore capable of objective consciousness. And the only object of its own plane within its sphere is the great entity. Aubrey says, I'm bored. I don't think you were even invited to this party, Aubrey. You might need to keep scrolling. You don't have the capacity. Keep scrolling, Aubrey. You'll be all right. So now the great entity, being aware of the consciousness of the satellite, is aware of the content of consciousness, which is the sum total of the satellite's experiences developing, which have already been recounted. Framestar Film says self-reflection and awareness generates the sense of the other, the idea that oneness is a fraction of wholeness. Alora says, basically like when you keep dating the same person, just a different face, and don't know why. You are unaware of the unconscious belief dictating your range of the people you are attracted to. Absolutely. Absolutely. And realizing that, you see that it's about the energy, not about the form. It's about the pattern, not about the manifestation itself. So, let me read that again because I like what was said here. The form of the satellite has been determined by the great entity's concept of itself, apart from the constructive consciousness of the units composing it. And now the divine sparks, having attained reciprocal reaction, right? They're working together now. Remember at the beginning of this chapter, the divine sparks are giving and taking and working in tandem. Two of Cups, Two of Pentacles. They have achieved collective focused consciousness. Collective focused consciousness. And this consciousness functions as a unit and is therefore capable of objective consciousness. And the only object of its own plane within its sphere is the great entity. Just like a baby, when it's born, the only object in its sphere is its mother. Now, the great entity being aware of the consciousness of the satellite, right? The great entity now becomes aware of the consciousness of its satellite, is aware of the content of consciousness, right? So what did we say the content of consciousness was here? It says here, obviously, the only object of its plane within its sphere is the great entity, right? So in other words, mama realizes that baby is now aware of mama. Now, the great entity being aware of the consciousness of the satellite is aware of the content of consciousness, which is the sum total of the satellite's experiences developing, which have already been recounted. It's a little dizzy, but follow with me. The great entity then has become aware of the evolution of a satellite. And this introduces a new factor into the consciousness of the logoidal mind. Remember the logoidal mind? And this factor has to be assimilated to the rest of the content of consciousness. All right, this new factor, right? The great entity has become aware of the evolution of a satellite. That's new. And this introduces a new factor into the consciousness of the logoidal mind. And this factor has to be assimilated to the rest of the content of consciousness. And as stability has been reached by the satellite and it has attained to a regular rhythm, the monotony of the stimulus causing the attention of the great entity to be withdrawn from it and consequently free to attend exclusively to the assimilation of the new factor which it has received into its consciousness, and the satellite thus being without external stimulus, sinks into subconsciousness and thereby stereotypes its reactions. Look, you know she's dropping gems when she gives you them long-ass run-on sentences. She said, I could have broke it up for you, but I didn't. Because you got to take the whole thing. No diddy. Let's go back now. Basically, we talked about how the logoidal consciousness and one of its unique abilities is to create a manifestation from the unmanifest, right? And it does that when it comes into a new experience. So just like human beings, we develop and we are the way that we are when we have a child or when we have to take responsibility. Hell, for some people, even when it's a pet or whatever, when you have something, a new creation that you have to take care of, it changes you. Nobody can really predict what it's like to be a parent. And I mean a real parent, not some scumbag, but someone who actually takes care of their child and loves their child and wants better for them. It changes you because now you realize it ain't just about me. So look what happened to you. Even the great entity creates this satellite and is aware of this satellite and is aware that this satellite is aware of it. In human terms, we can say that it starts to get this sense of responsibility. In human terms, that's not what's really happening, but that's a map of the territory here. Louis, peace. Glad to have you. Have a good night. I hope that you're able to catch up. I'm sure you will be. I know you got that new job. 1111. Thank you, Marcos Lucas. 1111. Ace says it's time to start playing this and Mystical Gabala in my sleep, right? But let's go back, make sure we got this. And of course, I think we'll have to wrap up soon here because it is getting kind of late, and I swear it did not feel like 3 hours, as usual. The great entity then has become aware of the evolution of a satellite, and this introduces a new factor into the consciousness of the logoidal mind. Right? And this factor has to be assimilated to the rest of the content of consciousness. New data has been unlocked, And as stability has been reached by the satellite, as the satellite starts to mature, right, and it has attained to a regular rhythm, the monotony of the stimulus causing the attention of the great entity to be withdrawn from it, right? So the monotony of the stimulus causing the attention, in other words, the great entity going through the same old for all eternity. Look what happens with it. The monotony of the stimulus causing the attention of the great entity to be withdrawn from it and consequently free to attend exclusively to the assimilation of the new factor, right? Now that it has something new present in its experience, that's all that the great entity is focused on now, right? So, free to attend exclusively to the assimilation of the new factor which it has received into its consciousness. And the satellite, being thus without external stimulus, the satellite isn't aware of anything but the great entity. Remember, it says that right here. The satellite being thus without external stimulus, it has nothing to be aware of but the great entity. And it has reached a state of balance. And now the great entity is focused entirely on it. Look what happens next. It sinks into subconsciousness and thereby stereotypes its reactions. Remember what Sunshine Chick said stereotype meant earlier? It has these archetypes built, these patterns that are locked in. So all of its reactions now the satellite goes into dream state. Now the satellite starts to dream. Like father, like son, as above, so below. Now the satellite begins to dream inside of itself and stereotypes its experience. The great entity then has sunk into subjective consciousness and is actively engaged in assimilating the new factor. Hey, what happened on the 7th day in the Garden of Eden? The great entity then has sunk into subjective consciousness and is actively engaged in assimilating the new factor and again achieving a synthesis of consciousness. During this process, all its forces are indrawn. It radiates nothing. It no longer holds its universe in consciousness. The 7th day. Aldin says the great entity is evolving. Sounds like that's what she's saying. Absolutely. Absolutely. Therefore, the universe is only held together by the self-consciousness which that universe itself has achieved during the inturning of the attention of a great entity in the process of assimilating a new idea presented to it by its universe. We are here because this universe had a new idea. And God's like, oh snap, let me devote all of my attention to this because it's been a long time since we've had something new. This should also bring to mind the sleep and the day and night of Brahma, right? The dream of Vishnu, the dream of Shiva. Therefore, the universe is only held together by the self-consciousness which that universe itself has achieved during these inturning of the attention of a great entity in the process of assimilating the new idea presented to it by its universe. The universe is left to its own devices and therefore does not progress or change, but constantly repeats the rhythm at which it has arrived. Constantly repeats the rhythm at which it has arrived, and thereby stereotypes it, so that the equilibrium of forces at which it had arrived at the time of the indrawing of the great entity's attention becomes set into form. So look, these energetic patterns that are continuing to repeat over and over and over again because something new has happened here, and the focus of God is entirely on this new thing, and both of us has sunk into subconsciousness. The dream is repeating over and over and over again. These energies are cycling in their circular pattern. And guess what happens when motion is set like this? It begins to draw atoms inward towards it. So what's happening now? She says that at the time of the indrawing of the great entity's attention becomes set into form. Peace, Alora. Have a good night. Thanks for popping through. Thanks for popping through. Okay, so we're gonna go about to the end of this chapter. Give me a sec. Consider this. I'll be right back. I suppose one more cup won't hurt. Quick break, hazelnut coffee time. BRB. Patrick says, Travis, did you just upload a short while live streaming? No, I uploaded a short earlier today. Is it the one about the two guys talking about apes and evolution? Stephen Tracy says group mind is a political classification or phrase at this juncture and is a political... What? You just talking. You just typing words. Yeah, you just typing words. Ace says, I've been wanting coffee for days, but I've been making matcha lattes for a while now. Don't know how to properly make a coffee latte anymore. Ah. See the paradox of the time quartet of the malfunction of the stimulus of the gyration. The discrete, incomplete clap of the booty meat. Veronica, peace. Good evening. The actual, factual condescending of the candy cane, or should I say membrane. Here we go. All right, so remember where we were. We were talking about this cosmic entity and its satellite, and the satellite in its relationship with the great entity. The great entity is focused all of its attention on the satellite now because the satellite has done something new. The satellite is a reflection of itself, but it's done something new. So imagine this now. You're this super brain, the super cosmic intelligence, and you are examining yourself and learning about yourself. And you're pretty used to yourself doing the same old things for eternity. But then you actually do something new, something that you haven't done before. I mean, I think I can understand why the cosmic entity, the great entity, would stop everything else and focus 100% of its awareness on this new thing. Wouldn't that make sense? You got to think now, this great entity has been here forever. The great entity is literally the awareness of the universe. The universe is abstract, but the dream is actually the objective. Now, that's opposite for us in our experience today. We live in this objective reality, and when we sleep, we go into the subjective, right? The world of ideas and concepts. But it's actually opposite for this God. The actual reality is subjective. It's free-flowing. It's energy. And the dream of God is objective, concrete reality. So within this dream, in this reflection, it sees something that it has not seen before. So it tunes in completely. IDKDKDF says that new thing coming from the unmanifest or the ring chaos, right? No, actually. This new thing is coming from that atom that didn't fit in. It didn't find a place of rest. This new thing is coming from that atom that has traveled across existence and found no home, but collected experiences, and then came to witness the dreamer itself and learned how to create out of the unmanifest. So eventually that came to become this satellite. So it's as if God has made its a child and it's learning now from its child. Something like that. Not exactly that, but something like that. Mr. West, peace. Have a good night. All right, y'all. This is the last lap. 2 more pages, and then we're gonna wrap it up for tonight. All right, let's do this. Where were we at? I think we were here. Okay, I'll just read this again. So so now we're really getting closer and closer to objective form as we know it. The universe is left to its own devices and therefore does not progress or change, but constantly repeats the rhythm at which it has arrived, and thereby stereotypes it, so that the equilibrium of forces at which it had arrived at the time of the indrawing of the great entity's attention becomes set into form. The great entity, having thoroughly grasped and assimilated the new idea thus presented, in this case, the idea of a threefold unit, of a traveling atom with a consciousness upon one side and an enveloping body upon the other, rouses itself from its introspection to the contemplation of a universe fashioned upon this model. The units of consciousness developed in the satellite are at once aware of the new stimulus. They are aware of the idea of action and reaction between a directing mind and an attached body. And upon this archetypal concept, they proceed to evolve. Patchwork. You know damn well this ain't the Bible. And I got some questions about Dylan. I'm looking at Dylan with a side eye. So, the units of consciousness developed in the satellite are at once aware of the new stimulus. They are aware of the idea of action and reaction between a directing mind and an attached body. And upon this archetypal concept, they proceed to evolve. Thus, yeah, you're right, MC Maestro. You're right. I understand. Thus, a new set of stresses is set up which oversets the equilibrium established in the group mind of that satellite. Thus, a new set of stresses is set up which oversets the equilibrium established in the group mind of that satellite, and therefore all the units composing that satellite are dispersed and set out to follow the path again of the wandering atoms, but plus a divine spark of consciousness and a sixth plane body. The form of the archetypal satellite, however, which became stereotyped during the interning of the logos, remains as an archetypal form. This you may conceive as circling about the logos upon the seventh plane. The divine sparks, having progressed outwards as far as the sixth plane by their rotary movements, gather around themselves new bodies of the sixth plane matter, and the process is repeated precisely as before. And this is the process. A, the resynthesis of the sparks. B, the establishment of the compensating reactions, which constitutes group consciousness. C, the reciprocal reactions of the group consciousness and the logoidal consciousness. D, the interning of the logos to assimilate the new idea. E, the stereotyping of the reactions of the satellite by repetition. But there is this difference in the present case. During the time that the evolution of the first satellite was proceeding, there was nothing in existence in the universe save the logos, the satellite, and the planes of atoms. But during the evolution of the second satellite, the first was undergoing a new phase of development. The logos, having realized the possibility of an endowment of atoms with the logoidal likeness, thinks of the atoms in this way, and the atoms become thus endowed. So it seems like the Logos at this point learns that it can enchant the inhabitants of its dream with its power and begins to do it intentionally now. Perhaps it did it unaware the first time. And now that it has been, I think, for lack of better word, this could be a stretch. Like I said, I don't want to jump to conclusions, but it almost sounds like the great entity, the Logos, has given free will to its creation. Maybe by accident. Not even accident, it just happened, right? By proximity. And then once it began to pay attention to what it did with that free will, now it's starting to do it on purpose. That's maybe a guess as far as where we're at so far. I could be wrong. Let's keep going though. Now, the atoms of the seventh plane, as of all other planes. Well, peace, Dylan. Welcome. Glad that you're not a bot. Hope that you find something here that you resonate with. Now, the atoms of the seventh plane, as of all the other planes, are continually undergoing a backwards and forwards tide-like movement. As the positive logoidal phases draw them towards the center, and the negative logoidal phases thrust them outwards. So that's the cause of the cosmic tides that I've been spoken about, not only in this book, but also in the books by W.E. Butler, right? Those tides. IDK-DKDF says apparently the earliest dictation of the word satellite in the 1540s means follower or attendant of a superior person. That gives me a more precise idea in my mind now. Okay, so yeah, about the tides. Now the atoms of the seventh plane, as of all other planes, are continually undergoing a backwards and forwards tide-like movement as the positive logoidal phases draw them towards the center, right, ring cosmos, and the negative logoidal phases thrust them outwards, right, ring chaos. And as the attention of the dim consciousness of the atoms is raised, and the positive phase of the logos towards itself, for remember, that place in a projected thought form universe, that place in a projected thought form universe really means state. Ooh, place actually means state. Chew on that for just a second. Place in a projected thought form universe, holographic, right? A place means a state. Where you are is a reflection of the state that you vibrate in consistently. That echoes what we read last night from the Handbook to the New Paradigm. Oh my goodness. I just got this new hazelnut flavor. And as much as I love that unicorn stuff, hazelnut is my original favorite. And I'm starting to remember why. All right. So, and as the attention of the dim consciousness of the atoms is raised in the positive phase of the logos towards itself, for remember that place in a projected thought form universe really means state, they receive the imprint of the logos' concept of them. Aww. And they are thus caused to vibrate in the same rhythmical tunes as the first evolving atoms had at the time when the logos became aware of their content of consciousness. That is to say, at the conclusion of their evolution. So at the conclusion of the evolution of those independent atoms, right? Once they met with others like themselves and began to exist in a state of harmony, the logos, they caught God's attention and it became aware of them. So he says here, I'll just read it again because this is making sense after I finish the paragraph. Now the atoms of the seventh plane, as of all other planes, are continually undergoing a backwards and forwards tide-like movement, as the positive logoidal phases draw them towards the center, and the negative logoidal phases thrust them outwards, right? So they're being pulled in and out, in and out. But the thing is, and as the attention of the dim consciousness of the atoms is raised, as their attention is raised in the positive phase of the logos towards itself, they receive the imprint of the logos' concept of them. So as they get close to God, they receive God's thoughts about them, and they are thus caused to vibrate in the same rhythmical tunes as the first evolving atoms had at the time when the logos became aware of their content of consciousness. That is to say, the conclusion of their evolution. The new evolving atoms thus start where the old ended. By the archetypal forces of the first satellite. Ooh, so talk about evolution here, right? So those first atoms, they did their thing. They carved out a new path. They became something new. And the new thing that resulted from them was a satellite. And that's, now they found a home. Did you notice that? Now they found a place to lock in. They didn't find a home before. They didn't find a place to lock in before. But when they became something new, that satellite, they locked in and they found a home. And as it said before, the satellite itself was aware of God, sure. The collective consciousness of it was not, though. But the individuals on that satellite were. The little atoms, the individual parts of it. Kind of a weird relationship there, but in any case, that's where they stopped. That was the end of that stage of evolution. They found a place. They created a home for themselves, basically. They couldn't find one, so they made one. But that didn't stop the process, because as she said before, the motion continues, whether or not an object is displaying it. So because that motion continues, there were still new atoms that were traveling the paths of the old atom. You get what I'm saying? New atoms were still going along those tracks that those original atoms took. Now, because the first atoms became a satellite, that's where they stopped. These new atoms continue through their path, and they're still bringing out new things, but they're standing on the shoulders of giants now. They're continuing the work that the original atoms did. Are y'all getting this? So it's as if the atoms have carved out a brand new path in the universe. And it took a little while, but the logos became aware. They became of the logos first. Then when they started to do new things, they caught the attention of the logos. Now that the logos is paying attention, right? Now that these atoms have carved a path to God, oh shit. These atoms inside the dream have literally found a way to God. They built a stairway to heaven. Now other atoms that are like them can follow that path and meet God face to face. Now the door is open and God sees them and is aware of them. And as the tides flow, as these new atoms continue on this staircase that's been built, they have an easier time to get there. This is evolution for real. Not just apes into monkeys into people. Who's still with me? Who's still up? Who's still awake? Who didn't go back to church? Jay Baldhale says, like the new paradigm we are supposed to be building. Exactly. All right, we just got 2 more pages left. We almost wrapping it up. Mo B still in here. Peace, Mo B. Sunshine Chick still in here. We going 2 for 2. And Amalia says they follow the original winds of the Big Bang, even after the original atomic forms disappear. Facts. IDKDKDS is Father, Great Entity, Holy Spirit, Logos, Jesus, Satellite. That's how I'm overlaying these concepts. Dylan says, have you ever tried Teizo Kai Latte? I have, and I actually like it. Tive Tai, peace, peace. We still in here. Richard Tracy, we still in here. Natural Sistar, Monica Lawan, excellent, excellent. Marcos Lucas, Hazard Pi, WT, Framestar Films. Let's keep going. Framestar Films says, a tree in every seed. That's another way to look at it, right? The motion continues. All right. They have then but to arrive at a synthesis of reaction, which is a collective consciousness, to become conscious of the Logos. And the same process is repeated as in the previous case. The first swarm of atoms, having completed their evolution in the second satellite, as already described, issue forth and undergo a third evolution upon the fifth plane. Oh, okay, that's right. That's another thing that I overlooked. So what she mentioned was that satellite happened on the seventh plane, right? So that's where it rested. Now there's more being formed on the sixth plane and the fifth plane. Basically, it's going to continue like that. There wasn't a place for it to rest, but it's building a place to rest now. So the first swarm of atoms, having completed their evolution in the second satellite, damn, we already on the second, as already described, issue forth and undergo a third evolution upon the fifth plane. The second swarm in the first satellite proceed likewise by the same path to the sixth plane, and are there caught up and organized by the already existing set of archetypal forces left behind by the first swarm. Meanwhile, as the swarm of atoms has been sent by the Logos to people the first satellite, the Logos now thinks of atoms as having two enveloping shells. And so the new atoms are endowed with the capacity to gather about themselves matter of two planes. Thus, the process goes on until the first swarm of traveling atoms, each surrounded by an envelope of the matter of each plane upon which it is evolved, has built up a satellite upon the first plane, and each preceding satellite is peopled by hosts of divine sparks, each of which has built itself an envelope or series of envelopes according to the state of evolution at which it has arrived. So that would explain why that moon sphere has the most rings around it, the most envelopes around it. Because, at least according to this, that was the first satellite. But the first swarm of divine sparks, by the inherent forces of their natures, have devised themselves forms. Okay, so we're back to the first swarm of divine sparks, the old souls, right? But the first swarm of divine sparks, by the inherent forces of their natures, have devised themselves forms. The Logos has become aware of the fact and has sent out each succeeding swarm with the achievements of the first swarm implanted as archetypal ideas in their consciousness. That is to say, that whatever rhythms have been achieved are impacted as vibrations in each successive swarm. Okay, so are y'all seeing this, right? The universe began as a swirling, and then that became stereotyped into different planes. And every atom and by the way, creation is continually happening. It's not stopping. And atoms are going to their place. Some atoms are going to this plane, some are going to that plane, right? And there's different zones. Some are going to red zone, to blue zone, to green zone, to purple zone. So everything's going to its place. But then something strange happens. There are these new atoms that don't fit into any place or any zone. So they literally just bounce everywhere, looking for a place to settle down. And in their roaming and bouncing, they're gathering experience, they're gathering patterns and habits. Now, this is all taking place within the dream of a great entity, which is basically data that is compiled upon itself so much that it starts to become aware of itself. And in that self-awareness, as it examines the contents of itself, it is replicating what it sees into a new dimension. So it's going from abstract into objective. So these new atoms that are coming through that don't have a place to settle, they're looking everywhere in the manifested dimension and not finding a home. So eventually they come across the dreamer itself, and they learn how to do what the dreamer does. So instead of searching for a new home, they eventually start to create a home out of themselves. This catches the dreamer's attention. He's like, oh snap, check this out. And because the dreamer's work is done, right, on the seventh day God rested, he gives all his attention to the creation of these atoms, these first divine sparks, who started to perform God's work within God's dream. So God's paying attention, and he's assisting and helping. Because, wow, this is completely new. So those first atoms that created the satellite have carved a way now for others like it, right? There will be others that are born now that don't fit into any of the established planes, but now they have a path to go through. So they go through that path, and they eventually make their way into this satellite that was created. And something new is being born and birthed here. Within these new atoms that are coming through, however, they're not just alone and afraid. Now they're coming through the lessons that are already learned, the habits and patterns learned by the original atoms that had to carve their new path. They're picking up the patterns and the archetypes. So they get to start not from scratch, but they pick up where the previous left off. And by the way, the previous are still going. It's just that their work is different. Let's see how different their work is, right? The first swarm of divine sparks, they've devised themselves forms. The Logos has become aware of the fact and sent out each succeeding swarm with the achievements of the first swarm, right? So the Logos, it becomes aware that they've devised forms for themselves. And he's like, all right, bet. And each new one that comes through, they're getting fast forwarded, so to speak. So they're not born and having to go through everything from step 1. They get to start up here at step 10. So the Logos has become aware of the fact and has sent out each succeeding swarm with the achievements of the first swarm implanted as archetypal ideas in their consciousness. That is to say, that whatever rhythms have been achieved are impacted as vibrations in each successive swarm. This is why tarot makes sense, by the way. This is what is meant by involution. What did Dion Fortune say in the Mystical Kabbalah? What is involved must be evolved. In other words, what goes into the creation energetically must come out objectively. All energies must be expressed. They must. That's why you can't hide what's inside of you. Not for long, anyway. That is what is meant by involution. Evolution is the expression of these in the matter of whatever plane it is upon which evolution is proceeding. It will thus be seen from the foregoing that in time, all the 6 plane atoms will undergo this process, all of them. You will note that just as the symbol of the satellite upon the 7th plane was a sphere with a 3-sided solid figure, a pyramid with triangular sides, the 6th plane is a 4-sided figure, a cube, right? So the 7th plane was a 3-sided figure. The 6th plane is a 4-sided figure, a cube, and so on down the planes. The 5th plane has a 5-faceted figure. The 4th plane has a 6-faceted figure. The 3rd plane has a 7-faceted figure, The second plane has an 8-faceted figure. The first plane has a 9-faceted figure. You will see that the numbers add up to 10. And could this be the reason why the Golden Dawn has their grades in a similar fashion? Look, 7 plus 3 equals 5 plus 5 equals 4 plus 6 equals 3 plus 7 equals 2 plus 8 equals 1 plus 9 equals. Check that out. You will see that the numbers add up to 10, and that 9 is the number of the sides of the facets forming the figure, which symbolizes the forces of the first plane. Therefore, 3 times 3 is the perfect number in the first plane. 10 is the number of forces in manifestation for our universe. But 9 is the number of the cosmic force, which called that universe into being when that force is manifested on the first plane. So our universe has 10 forces. The one that we came from has 9. The one that one came from has 8. The one that came from has 7, and so on. Whoa. What? 12 o'clock. We're getting so close. I keep wanting to get to the, the planet. But, geez Louise. We're going to stop right here and we'll pick it up next week. So look, what I want you to do is to keep reading. Read the next 3 chapters or so on your own. Take your highlighter and highlight. Make some notes. See what you come up with, right? See if you're able to really, digest and process and get your own picture of what's happening here. And then come back to next week's chat and, see if you figure out something that I might have missed. Oy vey. All right. All right, so this has been an amazing experience, as usual. I love doing this, and I will continue to do it as long as it is useful and appropriate. You can believe that. MC Maestro says, reminds me of elementals' evolution into archangels, who are then wielded by man, or wielded by man. Yeah, and see, what's also great about this information is that what I'm doing at least is I'm checking what I thought I knew about certain magical concepts. I'm checking what I thought I knew about certain magical concepts with this information. Because most of what I know about Kabbalah comes from Dion Fortune. And I can see that I interpreted all of what she said previously based on my level of understanding at the time. So looking at this now, I'm already seeing areas in my understanding that need an update. But that's great. That's the learning process, right? That's the evolutionary process. This book is certainly living up to the expectation that I had of it, for sure. Many things don't live up to their expectation, but this book certainly does. I'll tell you that. Aldin says, hey Travis, do you have any intention of doing Circuit of Force as a book study? I feel like it would go well with this. I don't know. I didn't plan on it, but we'll see. I don't know. I have no idea what's coming next. Yeah, let the stuff soak into the unconscious, right? Let it start to percolate and germinate and connect dots and allow things to really come together in different ways. You'd be surprised at what the result may be. This is definitely one that you can't just blaze through and expect to understand it all the way. But just like the previous book, Handbook for the New Paradigm, it takes a certain kind of mind and a certain kind of evolution to be here. Now, this is not for everybody. This ain't for everybody. Like you have to have the desire for this information right here. You have to have the desire for it. You've chosen to be here out of your own free will. You decided that you wanted to do this. And I hope that you are proud of your choice. Man, even those individual atoms, the rebels, they make me think about free will. Instead of thinking that free will is something that this mysterious God gave to people, I'm seeing that the fact that these atoms didn't have a place that existed that matched their vibration, so they couldn't stop anywhere. So they had no choice but to force free will as opposed to static pattern. Like they had to force free will into existence because they didn't have anywhere else to go. It's like, you created me, now what? So in a way, it's like they carved free will into existence by creating their own pattern. And God looked and said, oh, okay, that's what's up. You're just like me. I mean, what if you created a dream world and you realized that there were aspects of your dream that seemed to be autonomous? That's like when we were kids playing with toys, And then you got one toy that's speaking on its own and doing its own thing. Like, isn't that fun? Like, as a kid, you're like, okay, cool. Now you're playing. Now you have somebody to play with. It's not just you by yourself. At least that's how I see it. Now the thing is, at first it can only do what you've already done. But then you start seeing that it's expressing things that you might not have thought of before. Patterns that you might not have expressed before. And Amali says, so it could go on. God is a rogue atom from a higher universe. Indeed. Is it? I mean, isn't it though? Isn't that how the logo started to become aware of itself? Thank you, Patchwork. Patchwork says, have you read Kabbalah Magic and the Great Work of Self-Transformation by Liam Thomas Christopher? That's the book I'm currently working through with the Golden Dawn grade system. I have not. Kabbalah Magic. No, I got a different Kabbalah Magic book, not by that author. MC Maestro says the Lucifer story. Yeah. And I'm thinking about, you mentioned the archangels and elementals. Like I'm thinking about that as far as these paths being carved and really set in place. I can see that elementals follow that pattern, and archangels, right? Because the books that we've studied, it talks about archangels as being the consciousness of certain patterns that are locked into place. It makes sense now, right? Because there's also talk about, how the archangels will never become human or never have free will or things like that. And we're thinking, that's unfair. God should give the angels free will. But no, they're of a different form. They're of a different form. Dion Fortune mentions angels in mystical Kabbalah. And how, what'd she say? Something to the effect of like, you can compare humans to dogs, right? You might have a 3-year-old kid, and you might have a dog that's like 10 or 15 years old. Well, that dog is going to be more mature and more intelligent than the child for now. But eventually the child will grow and become more intelligent than the dog. She gave that comparison to angels and humans and their evolution. All right. So it's been a good read. We are on 15. I think I need to get a bookmark this time. I guess I'll find one. But I hope you all enjoy your freaking weekend. It's the freaking weekend, baby. I'm about to have me some fun. Enjoy your weekend. Thank you for being a part of this. Hopefully you're still working on your new paradigm. And I'll see y'all next time. I'm gonna take tomorrow off and chill. Well, probably not. I'm gonna start working on some cyclomancy stuff. Cyclomancy is still on the way. Like I said, this week I'll give an announcement about the next class session. But we'll resume this either Monday or Tuesday. Well, not this, but wait, we're finished with the handbook. I guess I do need a nap. In any case, for sure, we will be back on Saturday. Thank you for being a part of this. I love you all. It's time to let this information germinate. So, this is TK Trav, aka Travis Magus, here with LVX777. I appreciate you all. I love you all. I thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of this willingly, consciously. And I'll see y'all next time.